6, 5, we have go ready to start, 2, 1, 0, booster ignition, and liftoff of
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hi, my name is Glenda Dawson. I am the owner and founder of Glenda's Magical Creations in Stroudsburg, PA. I am an ambassador and emissary of the Galactic Alliance, and I'm also a host and as well as producer under Glenda's Magical Creations channel or category at the Conscious Awakening Network on Roku TV. I'd like to welcome everyone to this beautiful, joyous day, and to let you feel how blessed you are. You could always take a moment and close your eyes and just take a couple of deep breaths, and know that just by being here and being here at this very moment, you are blessed. Now, I have been communicating with sentient beings from the time of birth, and have been a healing facilitator in various manners since a very young age, even before I got formal training. I am also an ordained non-denominational minister, as well as a holistic and spiritual teacher. I am a published author, a Reiki Grand Master, and teacher of at least 15 different various Reiki modalities. I am a shaman of different things. I'm an earth shaman, a galactic shaman, an Egyptian shaman. I'm a DNA activator and healer, and aligner. I'm also a renowned and published multi-clair psychic and medium, tarot, angel card reader and teacher, past life regression practitioner, animal communicator, and also facilitate healing to animals, multidimensional channeler, and facilitator of energy healing in general. I communicate with and channel angelic beings, ascended masters, conscious channeler. I am a spiritual life and intuitive coach and mentor, and paranormal investigator, remediator. I'm also a galactic experiencer and communicator, and I also work with light language. I'm a channeler in general, and when you channel, you could channel either what the sentient beings are saying, or also what they let you find as art, define as art. You could define art in drawings, in music, in the way you speak and give healing to someone, in the way you don't speak and just listen. So I've also discovered that in life, anything you truly want will be provided if you work towards it. as long as it is, of course, for your greatest good. Now, during this journey of healing and learning and awakening, because you do awaken various times, it isn't just a one-shot deal, I became very passionate about teaching energy healing of all different types, not only to adults, but also to children. Children are very open. They don't have the walls that adults have already put up. And they come with a knowing that it takes a little bit of time to get rid of, although society tries very hard to do that right away. I believe that if we start early with children, they will not only have an easier time in navigating their time here on earth, but they learn how to deal with trauma. They learn how to heal, to connect with their divine being at a much earlier time. And the world would just be a better place to be in. Imagine if we could all heal ourselves of our traumas, including even birth trauma. Because when we come to this world, just coming from the womb into life is a trauma that we may not be aware of, but we also experience. We may bring stuff from other lifetimes into this lifetime. And imagine if we could do this, if we could learn how to navigate the healing process before we get to be adults, we would be in a much better place. We usually wait until we're adulthood when we start awakening, when we start realizing that not everything that is shown to us is as is, and that we don't get shown everything there is in life. We're not allowed to experience what is there for us, what we our birthright, like, of course, energy healing. So if we teach young kids, young children, energy healing, for example, like Reiki or vortex healing, meditation, yoga, instead of having to heal a boatload of things when you begin your awakening process in adulthood, you already have had some of the tools to heal, or you may have already healed those traumas instead of waiting till when you're in adulthood. And then it becomes a much harder thing to do. Sometimes, we could reprogram our bodies, our minds, our beings before we get to adulthood. And we realize that then healing is available to us at a higher frequency, at a higher speed, and at a much deeper level than if we start when we're in adulthood. Now we have to start chiseling away at a mountain of things. When we're children, we chisel at the same time something happens. Teaching children how to give themselves energy healing and how to communicate with sentient beings, whether ghost, divine, galactic, or anything in between, they would not have fear. They would not have stress. They would not think that they were crazy. They would not be afraid to speak about it. They would be in a much calmer place to be able to grow, not just physically, but spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and be able to learn more things, be able to open up and remember faster. As adults, it is harder for us to bring our knowledge from our other lifetimes, our knowledge from just when we first were made, when we first came into a being, not just on earth, but anywhere else. In the very beginning, we bring that knowledge with us, and we will not have to work so hard to learn and to heal in this lifetime. Now, a lot of people say, well, children, You teach them, they're going to forget, they won't know, they may not practice it. But if you plant that seed will grow into a tree eventually. And even if they don't practice what they learned at this very moment, or they stop, because children are children, they will remember how good it felt when they gave themselves a Reiki healing session, when they did some energy healing, when they did some meditation, how connected they were to themselves, to the world, to their higher self, how little fear they had, how calm they became, how full of joy they were, and how clear they were in their paths or what they needed to do. I mean, I see the children's faces when they get attuned, when I teach them Reiki energy, and their little faces get so bright and full of joy, and they glow, and they just become so empowered, because at that moment they realize that they are greater than what they are taught to be, or that they taught that they are. They are here for healing, to heal us. They're our future. And if we start now, possibly at some point, there'll be less wars, there'll be less trouble, there'll be less abuse, there'll be less traumas, there'll be a lot more joy and peace in this world. And if nothing else, there'd be a lot more open-mindedness. So we can be truly ourselves without fear of being mocked or put down. Healing, I believe, begins as soon as you can. We come into this world fully awake. That is why our crown chakra isn't fully closed. If you ever have had a child in your hands and you rub their head, you know that right here in their crown chakra, it's very soft. Why? Because they still have full knowledge of what they were, of who they truly are, all their lives, all of their previous incarnations, and all of their previous knowledge comes with them. What a beautiful place it would be if we could keep, all of us, each and every one of us, can keep that knowledge and that healing and that peacefulness and that joy. We would still have to go through our lessons to learn more, but we could learn and heal at a much deeper level, at a level that it would take people sometimes a lifetime. And now you could do it at a much earlier time. We will not get bothered what other people say or do. We would know that that is upon them and not us. We would know that today is today, and we live for today, for this moment. We would know that we do not have to get approval of who we are from anyone else. We would know how true unconditional love feels, because we would know that we are part of the oneness that is here and now, that we are a piece of. This is why, even say you have a pet, a dog or a cat, they know when you don't feel good. They know when you're stressed. They know when you're angry. They know when you're depressed. And they stay by you and they try to comfort you. Well, it's the same thing. Humans, other beings, know exactly how you're feeling and what you're doing and how much healing you have to do, because they feel it. We are all connected energetically. And it is so beautiful when we use our quantum energy healing to heal ourselves, because then we heal others at the same time. Healing is about healing all of us in one shot. Healing is about finding what is true to you and your path. Healing is about growing and knowing that home is not here, but we came to accomplish our mission and to bring Mother Earth much needed healing and ourselves. Like I said, children are our future. And if we take them and give them the freedom to be who they truly are, they're beautiful souls with full of knowledge, full of energy, healing themselves. That is why when one holds a baby, one just calms down. When you see a baby picture, don't everybody go, oh, how cute, oh, how precious. Why? Because you feel that energy. They still have and show the divine knowledge, healing, and energy within them. It is true society and humans that we lose that. But we can regain that connection to our true self, to our true divine being. And with children, they are truly our future. I was blessed that I was never really truly shut down. I had my knowledge, I had my joy, I have my calmness, my divine being, and I was pretty clear on my path. That does not mean I did not have to do the work. I still have to do the work. I still have to do the work right now, because learning and healing, it is not a one-shot deal. Just like empowerment, it's not a one-shot deal. Everything is a continual path, notch in your path, a step in your path. Everything has to be kept for the work and work. It cannot just be a one-shot deal. We will never learn what we need to learn, and we will never grow to the point where we glow that happiness, where we glow that joy, and we glow that divine, universal, beautiful love that's all around us. And at this moment, if you or anyone else has children, I do teach children online as well as in person, all kinds of different type of healing towards themselves, healing for others. And I could start them in their voyage. I could start them in their path. And this goes for adults also. Those of you who have taken Reiki or are interested in Reiki energy healing, please contact me. And when I say Reiki energy healing, that's not the only modality of energy healing that I provide. I teach, and I am a practitioner, a grandmaster in many different modalities, including even Wicca Reiki, elemental Reiki, Kundalini Reiki, magical dragon energy healing Reiki. So many different types, so many different modalities, each having in general healing, but also certain type of specialized healing. So if you're interested, you could get in touch with me, and you could go to my website at www.glendasmagicalcreations.com. You could also email me at glendasmagicalcreations@gmail.com. I just want to say it is a joy to be here. It is a joy and a blessing that you have heard these words of mine. And please, there's a lot more to be said, but I will leave you with that. And if you're interested in communicating with me or just saying hi, please feel free to do so. Many blessings, Namaste. Send you love, peace, and joy.
Hello, I'm Dr. Melanie Barton Bragg. I'm a licensed therapist with a master's degree in social work and a degree in pastoral counseling and community development. I'm an ordained Christian Church Disciples of Christ minister. I have ecclesiastical endorsement as a pastoral counselor. I've had a holistic private practice since 1985. I am also a Reiki and Rife practitioner. I've taught at the college level, led workshops, consulted with organizations and churches to navigate through transitions. I've been interviewed on television, radio, and online events. As experiencers work with me, people who've had contact with non-human intelligence, they begin to understand the reason and the purpose of their contact. So I help to calm them. I have the ability to remove negative attachments from people and animals and dwellings and land. And I too am an experiencer. You can go listen to archived podcasts of mine at the drmelanieshow.com. My books are available on Amazon, and you can contact me if you want me to lead a workshop or seminar or interview me or to become a virtual client. You can go to my email to request that at drmelaniebarton@gmail.com. The title of this workshop is Healing Depends on Frequency. My own near-death experience taught me the importance of self-love and the necessity to role model that for others until they can do it for themselves. It's changed how I conduct my practice. Healing involves intention, love, frequency, and vibration. The sound of the practitioner's voice and intention in their mind can affect the outcome of therapy. If the same is true for the client, you're going to learn about how frequency can impact healing, the right frequency. What we're going to cover is love, sound, frequency, vibration, and intention. I am a holistic psychotherapist, which means I do more than just talk therapy. But my life was impacted in a very positive way on February 26, 1991. During a minor surgery, I had a near-death experience. My guides told me during that experience that when I returned to my body, I was to love others until they could love themselves. And I was to recognize that every client that came to me unconsciously chose to come to me, and that they were a gift to me. And my job was to open up that present and bring the good to the outside. They also showed me that God is energy, that we're all connected, interdependent upon one another. And when we connect with one another in a positive way, we increase our frequency and raise our vibration. But when we're negative, that impacts the whole in a negative way and lessens our connection. My NDE increased my ability to have contact with people who've transitioned out of their body. So each morning I ground myself to begin my day, and I ask, what am I supposed to do with each client? So I have a clear direction, and I ask if there's a message that I am to give them from the other side. When I do my work, I feel energy pulsating through my body. And clients say to me, it's not so much what I say, but it's my presence, and that they feel the love exuding from me. and they feel the non-judgment. The actual frequency of my voice I designed to emit love, and thereby accomplishing the mission that I was given in my NDE. So the sound, the frequency, the energy of my voice, along with when I touch people doing certain methods, if I am not doing a remote session, but an in-person session, they can feel the energy. My goal in working with clients is for them to become consciously aware, to choose their path forward, and to love themselves as I role model for them how I love myself and how I love them. I use kinesiology or muscle testing to find out which modality is best for their body to accomplish their goals. I teach them how to keep track of their symptoms week by week, session by session, so they can see for themselves the healing that takes place. Since my near-death experience, I've added many holistic modalities to my regimen. The ones that I'm sharing with you today involve frequency and energy. Now, I've discovered that each client is unique in what method works best with them. But no matter what method they choose or what their body chooses, healing is the desired outcome. My intention and the client's receptiveness to the whole process can affect the outcome. If the client or the therapist thinks that the technique will not work, that thought can negatively, energetically affect the end goal, no matter how effective research might say the tool could be. I'm going to talk to you about emotion code, brain trees, Reiki, the reconnection method, advanced cell training, and Rife. And I'm going to explain how these methods confirm what I was told in my NDE. Einstein said, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, it's physics. One of the methods that I use consistently is called emotion code. It was developed by Dr. Bradley Nelson. It uses kinesiology or muscle testing to determine what emotions are blocked in a person's body due to some event or trauma in their life. A magnet is used to unblock the blockages, and as a result, the person may feel a response in the part of the body, the organ where that emotion was stored. Dr. Nelson says that since 4000 BC, healers have understood that our health greatly depends on the quality of energy that flows through and makes up our bodies. Imbalances in this energy is not confined to our physical body. Each of us is like a radio station, constantly broadcasting the energy of our thoughts, which go out from us, touching all those around us, whether it's for good or bad. What you think, say, and write energetically affects the world around you. We are all connected. It is through thought, belief, and intention that all things happen. Research has shown that thoughts can directly influence the rate of growth in plants, fungi, bacteria, and even affect electronic instruments. I know that to be true because I have set off alarms walking into a store. And during a channeling session, my phone got fried. And when I do energy work with clients, then my electronic devices don't want to work. In the Bible, Proverbs 23:7 relates to what Dr. Nelson says. And I'm quoting, "As a person thinks, so he or she is." So our thoughts, whether conscious or unconscious, become our actions, which impact not just us, but everybody around us. Dr. Carolyn Leaf, a neuroscientist, did experiments with the effect of words on items under a microscope. When negative words were voiced, the items under the microscope shrivelled up. But when positive words were voiced, the items under the microscope plumped up. She said, "Our thoughts are electrical." She did research on how negative words and thoughts affect brain neurons, make them get dark and shrivel up, and that it takes 21 days to turn that process around. So to go along with what her research shows, I created a 21-day program, which is just positive phrases, and you repeat one a day, and you think about it all day long. And what this does is it helps to turn that negative thinking into positive thinking, and positive turned on neurons in your brain. Another researcher that you've heard a lot about is Dr. Emoto. He demonstrated how water exposed to loving, benevolent, and compassionate human intention results in pleasing physical molecular formations in the water. But if you expose it to fearful and discordant human intentions, you get disconnected, disfigured, and unpleasant physical molecular formation. So on the left, it's saying words of love and gratitude, and on the right, you disgust me. And you can see the result of what happens to the water. Thoughts, words, and sound can impact our health. Studies have shown that singing increases immunoglobulin A, an antibody that helps us fight off sickness. Indigenous cultures have used sound for centuries to restore the chakras to their proper balance, and they do this by drumming, chanting, humming, or overtoning. Overtoning is saying a certain vowel sound for a certain length of time at a particular pitch to help calm and heal the body. An example is the divine name for the Creator, Om. So you can feel that vibration in your body just by me doing that overtoning. Another piece of sound that I like that helps with healing is Richard Height's Icaros, and it uses gong music. And what this is shown to do is to accelerate healing after surgery. I've used it with many clients. Dr. Mitchell Gaynor from Sounds of Healing says, "You can look at a disease as a form of disharmony. There's no organ system in the body that's not affected by sound and music and vibration." In the early 1980s, Dr. John Zimmerman began a series of studies on therapeutic touch. He discovered a pulsating biomagnetic field coming from the hands of therapeutic touch practitioners. And the frequency of those pulsations went up and down from 0.3 to 30 hertz, meaning cycles per second, where most of the activity was between 7 and 8 hertz. Studies have shown that this range of frequencies can stimulate healing repair in any tissue in the body. Dr. Zimmerman studied not only the frequency of touch practitioners' hands, but also the brain waves of Reiki practitioners while they were treating their patients. He and Dr. Becker did this study, and they found while they were watching and measuring the practitioners who were doing the Reiki on people, that when the practitioner was focusing in their mind on good intentions and aiming to heal their patients, the practitioner's brain waves oscillated mostly around 7 to 8 hertz, which is the Earth's frequency, called the Schumann's resonance. Dr. James Oshman, an energy medicine professor published in the Journal of Bodywork and Movement Therapies, concurs with these researchers. He says, healing energy, whether produced by a medical device or projected from the human body, is energy of a particular frequency or set of frequencies that stimulates the repair of one or more tissues. So sound heals. The right frequency heals. Did you know that every thought and emotion has a vibrational or wave frequency? There are different frequencies for different emotions. Enlightenment is 700 plus. Peace is 600. Joy is 540. Love is 500. Reason, 400. Acceptance, 350. Willingness, 310. Neutrality, 250. Courage, 200. Pride, 175. Anger, 150. Desire, 125. Fear, 100. Grief, 75. Apathy, 50. Guilt, 30, and shame, 20. I have clients identify what emotion they are at, and I have them think of a time when they were at a higher emotion, a higher frequency. And when they can envision that and relive that memory, it helps to raise their vibration. Just like sound and light, radio or ultraviolet waves, our thoughts and feelings all have a frequency. A thought vibrates through the mind, and whether we're aware of it or not, our thinking manifests it into reality. Dr. Joe Vitale says, thoughts are sending out magnetic vibration that returns the same. So what we send out is what comes back to us. When we consciously feel that connection between ourselves and others, we feel the vibration. We're in sync with the world around us. That connection is oneness, collective consciousness, just like I learned in my near-death experience. Being aware and making a choice to eat healthy food, to be around healthy people, healthy sound frequencies, and healthy environments raises our frequency vibration and protects our entire energy field so we don't feel so drained and we aren't getting as sick. Anything that vibrates at a lower frequency, such as fear, anger, and depression, won't match the frequency we're at if it's at a higher level. So to accomplish this with my patients, I get them to think of things of a higher frequency or play music, and I connect them with positive role models who used to be at the frequency they were at and now have raised their frequency and can help mentor them to do the same. Another person that I like the work that he does is Dr. Eric Pearl. He does a method called the reconnection. It involves feeling and using the energy between your hands. If you put your hands together about a couple of inches apart, you're going to feel a vibration and a heat. And as you move that out, you're going to keep that connection. And then you can move that to whatever part of your body that has dysfunction or pain and watch what it happens. You can go on his website and find out more about how to learn his technique. According to the string theory, he says, vibrational frequencies in the heart of every atom and particle determine the shape and the content of the entire universe. This concept that he's talking about corroborates with the proposition that there's no difference between matter and energy. All is one, and all is a kind of music. He explains simple definitions to common words that we might not think about their meaning. To vibrate, he says, it just means to move back and forth rapidly. And the definition of frequency is the number of occurrences something moves in a given time period. He explained this further by telling us about a guitar string. He said when it's plucked, it vibrates. And the frequency of the vibration is the number of times it goes back and forth per second. This action registers a particular specific sound. If you change the number of times you pluck the string, you're going to change the sound. He said, if you want to see how this works, put two guitars in a room, one on one side of the room and one on the other. Pluck one of the strings on the first guitar and notice that on the second guitar, that's also vibrating because the second guitar found the resonance of the first guitar. I work with clients to send out the frequency of love. That's at 500 hertz. And you only need 432 hertz to begin healing. So the intention and the frequency of my voice facilitates healing. Now, if a client can resonate with this frequency, get in tune with it, and accept it, then they begin to feel the connection, the energy between us, my agape kind of love for them. It's not an eros, it's not romantic, it's a divine source love. And when they can feel that and connect with it, then they can begin to love themselves, which will raise their vibration and their conditions will start to heal. Dr. Carl H. Merritt, he wrote the foreword in the book for Eileen Day McCusick's book called Tuning the Human Biofield. He said for over 100 years, scientists have shown that cells and tissues generate measurable fields on the skin's surface. All cells generate tiny electrical currents, which generate minute magnetic fields in the surrounding space. Tissues and organs produce specific magnetic pulsations that collectively are called biomagnetic fields. These same frequencies can create healing responses in any part of the body. Everything in the universe is in vibration. So the sound of a tuning fork can send a tiny signal at just the right frequency to trigger a cell membrane protein to create an amplified response inside a cell to correct an imbalance. Another frequency method that I like and use is called advanced cell training. It operates on a similar principle. Gary Blyer, the creator of this particular method, suffered from ankylosing spondylitis, cancer, and severe allergies. He went to some practitioners that helped him to heal himself. He decided to tweak the process and to share it with others. It involves reading a series of numbers and letters that act as a computer code for the brain. The brain recognizes it as a way to correct an imbalance in the body's functions. First, you read the codes, then you listen to music at a certain frequency, and you rate your symptoms before and after the process. People, including me, have had excellent healing results. You can go to the website here, and you go to the testimonial section, and my testimony is in there of how it has helped me. Another frequency device that I use is called Rife. You sit in front of a machine that emits a frequency through a plasma bulb. Different conditions have different frequencies. Dr. Royal Raymond Rife initially created the first machine in the 1930s. He postulated that microorganisms he saw under the microscope could be oscillated and killed with specific frequencies. Even though research has not proven his theory, there is great anecdotal evidence that claims it is effective. For me, it's been very effective, not just for myself, but also working with clients when all other medical procedures and medications have failed my chronic conditions. I use it mostly with people who have cancer, cataracts, thyroid disorders, diabetes, or Lyme disease. The final method I talk about is Reiki. It's using the energy in my hands, like the reconnection, and it's called light the frequency of light and energy coming through my hands. As I work on people, I'm working on their chakras. And since my near-death experience, I get images and messages as I work on my clients. So I have them keep a pad of paper and write down the image I get or the message I get. In one instance, my guides told me that a woman needed a particular frequency on a Rife machine to help correct a condition. So after our session, she did that. She used the frequency and she had immediate improvement in her symptoms. In my 40 years of working with clients, there have been some phenomenal results. If you want to see what your body can do, what it needs to heal, contact me at drmelaniebarton@gmail.com to set an appointment. Thank you.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Cory, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
My name is Mariana Lea, and I am very grateful for the Conscious Awakening Network and for the Galactic Alliance and for Sheila Seppi and all of the members. I just wanted to say that I'm also very, very grateful for the ability to be a part of an amazing and incredible shift of the Human Consciousness Collective going on the planet at this time. And for this new year, which is going to accumulate into a tremendous shifting of the entire collective consciousness, I want to say that my greatest gratitude goes towards unconditional love. Unconditional love is something that the planet is definitely in need of in its shifting, but in also its healing. And as a channel for the Divine Feminine and a quantum vector healer, I am going to do the best that I can to participate in this great shift and then do the best that I can to be a part of it and to be a vessel for it so that unconditional love can become the most outpouring vehicle of change and transformation on this planet in 2023. Namaste. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Edwards and happy to be here today sharing my story of awakening. I'm a starseed, a contactee, artist, interior designer, teacher, human hybrid, and a hybrid mother. While exploring my ancestral blueprint, a thread of healing and design connects my lifetimes. My passion and mission here is to create high vibration art, spaces, books, presentations to inspire and prepare children and others for ET contact. I've been part of the human hybridization, ET human hybridization program with hundreds of hybrid children living on and off planet, expanded my consciousness. I knew that I was different and alone, was looking for home as a child, and I'm happy that I found my creative purpose early. I know that my desire to help others came from early stress, but helped me to become and stay open, learning and growing spiritually. I help calm, de-stress, link, and ground people into their environments with art, interior design, and positive energy. Growing up dyslexic with ADHD and PSTD fueled my desire to help teach kids art therapy, art, and design to create happier, healthier spaces. Traveling off planet, creating subsurface habitats with a variety of species and humans for part and full-time habitation has been also a great pride and joy of mine over the last couple of decades. Teaching children on Earth and off planet in the Pleiades and elsewhere about life in the Earth beyond has also been a real dream come true. I was recently shocked to learn more about my involvement in many secret space programs since birth. While we know everything is consciousness and energy, we can see here in a picture that everything is connected in unity and is connected in one. We are all one in this beautiful moment we are in this rebuilding and building this new world that we have in front of us. A bit on my background here, I grew up with a rocket scientist father and grandfather, and with a mother and grandmother who were artists and another grandfather who was an architect, who inspired my love of space and my work in art and interior design, construction, and architecture. For decades, I designed residential and commercial environments and helped design the interiors for NASA's International Space Station at Moffett Field and Johnson Space Center. I've also taught art to children, designed to college students and adults in the mental health profession. Barbara Land, pioneering hypnotherapist, and I have written a book called Real Adventures of ET Friends in Space, which helps children learn about positive ET visitation. I was taken on a spacecraft starting at age 5, then 6 and 10, and I know now I have hundreds of human hybrid children. My mission, again, is to create high vibration art, spaces, books, and interviews on Conscious Awakening Network, connecting with the stars with Mary Edwards on Roku and Apple. I hope to share stories that inform and inspire others to learn, grow, and explore the beauty and magic that surround us and encourage us daily to stay open to all the otherworldly possibilities some of us see now and into the future. Since I was a child, I've been fascinated by art and how art has been such a wonderful learning tool for all of us that the ancient aliens left to provide clues and information for us. Looking through my lifetimes again, I see, and in my life in the decades, I see my involvement with space. I was on the cover of Newsweek protesting the Vietnam War. There I am with space in 1969. I worked at NASA. My daughter worked at NASA. I worked at the design firm that designed the Star Trek logo 40 years ago, and used to spend time with my father, the rocket scientist, for every big launch throughout my childhood. My father and I traveled on a spacecraft together when I was 5 years old. I had about 1,000 eggs taken for me at that time, and my dad was there because he had grown up with it. His father, 94 generations all the way back of our family lineage on both sides, was basically involved with the hybridization program and really helping transmit, design, and bring good to planet Earth and beyond. As a child, I was alone. I was really happy in nature. I painted rocks as a young girl. I was ignored because I was so different. I felt like everybody was looking at me. I've lost a lot of time in childhood up until recently. I didn't like loud noise, bright lights, mean people, still don't. And I painted everything I could see in sight. I knew I did have otherworldly support and love, as my galactic family was nearby me for forever. I wrote NASA at age 9 to be the first woman astronaut, and actually have the proof here from November 16, 1960, that they responded to me. This dollhouse that my grandfather built was in my bedroom, and here I am at 5 or 6 when I first went on craft, already knowing that I wanted to be an interior designer to really help people feel safe and comfortable. Looking back now, I see all those reasons to create safe sanctuaries for people. So what I'm doing in this lifetime, and because I have many slides, I'm going to sort of go briefly and quickly through them, because I don't have time in this short presentation to go over all of it, but we will go through the slides. But bottom line, what I've been doing in the last few years is I've been awakening and waking up. I've been learning about my DNA ancestry. I've been preparing children in books and workshops and art classes. I'm blending aesthetics, art, interior design, and architecture on planet. 50 years of working in wellness interiors that included hospitals, design for the public, from Faneuil Hall to Madison Square Garden, to villas in Italy, hotels in China. I've always naturally had a sixth sense for spaces. I can feel them, I can read them, I can see through exactly to what the problems are going to be instantly. So I am like a seer of space that has been trained with a BFA in interior design. And then interior design, I went to architecture school for a couple of years. Then I went to sustainability school, and I took feng shui classes for many years. I've traveled the world to really learn more about culture and what makes people happy and thrive in their spaces and places. I have hundreds of hybrid children now, I found out. I'm hoping to build a sustainable healing center. That's been a mission of mine and a dream of mine since I was little. I've been supporting mental health professionals, teaching art classes the last couple of years too. And I've been creating off-planet subsurface habitats that I'll show you a few pictures of. My family DNA, my father, as I said, my grandfather and father were rocket scientists. They worked with NASA since its inception to the late 90s, when they sold their company. They designed rockets, re-entry systems, a lot of optics for Apollo, a lot of telecommunications, many different aspects in their 8 or 9 companies that they had around the country that started in 1893. And then, as I said, were sold to another telecom communication in the 90s. My mother's father was an architect who actually standardized 2x4s because he hated the waste of wood so much. So I grew up with a love of earth space and outer space from grandfathers and my father being rocket scientists. And of course, my grandfather, my mom's dad, and his father had a design, build, and an architectural company. So I got a wonderful double whammy. And then with my mom and my grandmother as artists, we really spent all our lives talking about how can we share and make spaces better for up there, down here, and inside here, always blending mind, body, and spirit together. And now I'm going to have to go quicker through these slides because I'm getting held up here talking a lot. My family, I come from a long line of ancestral pioneers from William Bradford, who helped create America, and lots of Roger Lapham, who was the mayor here of San Francisco, who was very concerned about the homeless and helped start the United Nations. So come from a long line of people who really wanted to be involved in the country, in the community, and of the people, we the people. My father went to Area 51 many times. The first time and only time with Werner von Braun was in 1951, where they were taken for the day. He said it was unbelievable spending the day with him, looking at materials from Roswell, the Roswell crash. They were trying to find out, they kept being asked, what are these samples? How do we use these samples? How can we recreate them? And he said that actually 20 to 30% of the parts from the craft were a sheet metal, little small samples, 2 to 3 inches up to several inches long, that he thought might be in modern day zirconium or titanium, iridium or indium, according to some. Dad went to Area 51 4 more times in 1952, 54, 61, and 67. His company also worked on designing the bomb for the Manhattan Project. When he was at Princeton, he studied under Albert Einstein, who was there in the 40s before Dad went into war, was a lieutenant in the Navy and a pilot, came back, got his electrical engineering at Northwestern. And then he and his brothers also did a lot of work with President Truman on their 4-point program, doing business around the world, bringing business from everybody into the United States back at the time. They traveled a lot. And he said about 20 or 30% of his time was spent working on the Manhattan Project. This is from an article from 1956 on Cook Electric Labs, which was a subsidiary of Cook Electric Company. It was all privately owned. They had 10 different locations. They had massive 140,000 square feet buildings, doing research, technology, aerodynamics, automatic control systems, instrumentation, mechanical design, from every kind, all different kinds of things. Dad was vice president then, and they also had 400 scientists and engineers on hand to go to other sites. But they were really, here's a picture of the section of Cook Electric Labs model shop from 1956 again that I happened to find. And here's a supersonic sled test of 110,000 square feet track at Edwards Air Force Base in California. So I grew up with secret space. We were not allowed to talk. Dad never mentioned once his whole life. He passed several years ago. Was never allowed to talk to me or anybody, or my sisters or my mom, about any of this or to anyone. So I spent 70 years of my life till recently talking to him from up here about his involvement in all the secret space programs and what he was doing. I just thought he was an incredibly smart, wonderful, kind father who took me sailing and we traveled the world with to show us sacred spaces, to teach, to let us do what we wanted to do. And I was always on my mission anyway. And he just said, go follow your dream, be who you want to be. And I did. And I'm very grateful for him and my mom's support, and always just letting me do what I wanted to do. And I wouldn't trade any of it. It's been a wild and wonderful and very interesting life, that's for sure. So I've gone off planet hundreds of times. I've tracked many of them from 56 up until this year, working on subhabitat environments with other species, mostly the Palladians take me, they invited me, the Arcturians and other species. I've gone from all the inside of the planets of the solar system to help work on with other groups, other species, and other humans and small groups to create more happier, productive facilities, sub-Earth. Some are 20, 50, 100 miles long, and some are the length of 4 football stadiums. So I don't have time to really go into any of this today, but it's been fascinating. And I still can't remember. So much of my brain was blocked from robotic and my lab type MLK programs. I have very little memory of any of my life, but I remember glimpses. I remember being on craft. I've seen ETs, I've seen ghosts, I've seen ETs floating around, UFOs zooming around in the sky. But I've had a lot of my memory blocked because of the electric shock treatment that I got 20 or 30 times as a child, and some of the hypnotherapy that I was put under. It was pretty grueling, but I've forgiven all that, and I'm just moving on to help others tell the truth, to be themselves, to find self-love. That's taken me a really long time to do. I'm just going to go through some of these slides very quickly. I've been to Inside the Sun, as I said, all of these many different, and Venus, different inside of habitats. When I ask why me, they say they like me to make a Quonset hut. They showed me an empty cave and said, what would you do with this, Mary? So after 3 months of redevelopment, for instance, here on the inside of a dark cave, we created a very small, it's very basic, obviously, space to add. I add aesthetics, color, visual interest, functionality, and art, design, architectural construction, because I've done all of that for 50 years on big sites, on 30,000 acre hotel sites, to real estate projects, to a lot of work that I've done on and off planet. And my galactic family have been training me, nurturing me, igniting me with stats and math and science and information my whole life to be able to do these really unheard of and questionable, which you're probably doing right now, I'm just coming out of the ET closet the last few years, and I've mentioned this a few times. You can believe it or not, but this is my truth. And I know I was there, and I've had a lot of validation from my ETs, from my father, from other members, Metatron, to a lot of other my galactic family, saying they really like my work and they're very proud of me, and I'm very proud of them and grateful for them. They call me a design specialist. When I teach children off planet, they call me Master Mary. I teach them I worked on the Pleiades at a big tower that worked on for several years. It's a place where people come and work and live. Only benevolent ETs are allowed there, no others. I designed it with a modern design rooftop, obviously all very sustainable, modern, clean, beautiful spaces for functionality, productivity, and loving kindness life. Sanctuaries where people can really thrive. I've done art. I've done art my whole life. I started during COVID. All my interior projects shut down, so I've been doing a lot of art. Here's one. Art is a mini portal to me that triggers emotional connection to our inner selves and to the outer space. Again, it's connecting inner space to outer space, which means Earth to the cosmos, also our inner space of our mind, body, spirit to our space here. And art links us to each other's homes, lives, and community with powerful and beautiful stories of love, loss, family, ancestry, history, and culture. Here's some of my art. During COVID, as I said, I record my dreams. I record places I've been that I don't know where they were. I'm reporting my disclosure, my anger and frustration that I don't have anymore because I don't care, because we are the disclosure right here now. I asked Barbara Lamb to do this, a book for me for children, to take the fear away from seeing ETs and bringing positive stories of learning and love that happened between her 4,000 regressions. We took about 18 or 20 of them and told positive stories of learning and friendship between human kids and ET kids. That's me. I illustrated the book. That's me when I was 5. I remember 3 Greys on the craft with me and a couple of Arcturians who have always been by my side. That was really an incredible job that I had with her, project. I mean, it was unbelievable. So one of my most important things is to help heal kids. Like, I didn't know till 6 months ago that I was okay, that I got the wiring like my father, because I had been lied to for my whole life, because he was part of the military and the US government and NASA for my whole life. So he obviously was told to keep his trap shut or there would be consequences. So talking to him the last 6 months, many times, 20 or 30 times over the phone call that I get through some telepathy, but mostly through a couple of different guides that I work with, because a lot of my brain is still blocked. Hope it won't be for long, but might be. I don't need to remember some of the really bad parts. But anyway, I'm really obsessed by helping the children in the next generation, to teach them well, to honor them, support them, come up with new ways of teaching and learning, and so they can thrive when ETs come down the next 3 or 4 years. The next 50 years, we're going to be going off planet and living in colonies off planet. As we know, Elon Musk said by the year 2050, 1 million people are going to be off planet exploring. So art connects, bringing in more multidimensionality, more multisensory learning, more coloring books, more imagination and creativity that's exploding on the planet right today. We are so lucky we got the ticket to be here on Earth today at this time. Why we are all here, we know, is to play our part and create a beautiful Earth and beyond of love, hope, patience, acceptability, acceptance, self-acceptance, self-love, love of every other sentient being on Earth. That includes rocks and dogs and other beings. So as I worked at NASA, as I said, we worked on, our mission was to de-stress astronauts and multisensory interiors that was functional, cross-cultural, and personal. I've been doing that really my whole life in every space that I do, bringing nature, bringing color, I helped start the Ronald McDonald House here. I've worked on many hospitals. Here's where I live right now. Here's a cancer team building art class to de-stress the people who work, de-stressing everybody else in their companies, big companies all over San Francisco and the Bay Area. And I have hundreds of hybrid children on and off. Here are a few pictures quickly of a few of mine. I've been talking a little bit about futuristic space habitats because I'm obsessed by them too, how we are going to live sustainably on Earth here to help heal our planet now while we're all here. And then also we have to move forward. We are here to be explorers. We always continue on our good services, doing good for all humanity. I've always wanted to help heal the masses, and we're all starting to do that together now, which is beautiful. So in closing, I just want to say, here's my, I almost died crossing the Golden Gate Bridge when I had rocks attacked on my car. And I asked Archangel Michael to get me safely across the Golden Gate Bridge. So here is my tribute. We are all bridges. I happen to live in San Francisco, so the Golden Gate Bridge is a bridge in itself, connecting space to place, to people, to energy, and all the imagination and creativity that explodes here in the Bay Area every day. So we are the bridge to the stars. Thank you for listening. I hope you had a nice walk through memory lane with me. And thanks again for listening. Bye.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here and for listening to me. My name is Sharon Joseph. I'm a channel, energy healer, medical intuitive, and animal communicator. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I came into this world knowing, well, being able to channel and communicate and seeing inside someone's body or just getting information for people. But of course, I didn't know I was doing anything different than anyone else. I just knew that as a kid, everybody always came to me with any problems, whether it's physical, emotional, mental. And so I knew from a young age that I'm here to be in service and to help. But then again, you know, life is life. We all come in here to learn, to evolve our spirit, and to really enjoy being physical, I believe. So during my teenage, this is my a little bit of my trauma, so I could tell you how all transpired to get to this point. So during my teenager years, my dad invented this machine, which was to harden metals. And if you ask what is hardening metals good for, well, anything that is done, whether it's car brakes, airplane parts, car parts, bottles in a company that makes Coca-Cola, everything that has molds needs hardening because the life expectancy is very small. So what happened was that everyone that my dad came in touch with, as far as partnering up to have a company, tried to steal the machine, including my own brother, which was very traumatic for me because we were a very close family up to that point. So it wasn't so much fun in my teenage years. And then at the age of 21, my dad got sick. He got cancer and he died. And that started me on this spiritual path, knowing that I was very much into science. And I knew that energy cannot be destroyed, can only be changed, the state of it. So I started looking for books and taking classes in metaphysics and reading a lot and expanding my knowledge that I needed here in this plane. Meantime, I did have my life, normal life. I got married, I had 2 kids, and I was a chief financial officer in a public company. So I was working hard in the left brain, but I always had my right brain. I always helped. And that was how I started. At the end, maybe 20 years ago, I decided that I was missing something all the time. I felt like there's something that's not jiving good with me, with my soul. So I decided to leave the business, the financial world, and started working with people one-on-one. So I find from my clients and from my experience that we are made up of many energies. We are a big matrix, a huge matrix of energies. These energies are made up of our other experiences, past lives, you could call it parallel lives. It's also made up from DNA that is passed in the ancestral line from both sides. And when I say DNA, there is physical DNA and there's non-physical DNA. So I know our scientists have not proven it yet, and they're just starting to get their feet into it, but we do have a big part of our DNA that's non-physical. And we get many fears, insecurities, worries passed down from generation to generation. Also, the energies are made up, our energy is made up of what we get from our parents, how they are. Also, when we're in utero, we get whatever the environment was at that time or whatever else we could get from the parents. If the mom was worried, she was unhappy, if the dad didn't have a job or any of that, if he was worried about money, we absorb everything. Then we have our childhood. And in our childhood, we might have some traumas, yes, but we also might be influenced by what we see and how we interpret it inside of us. It's not always a clear-cut understanding of what is going on. For example, if someone goes out and finds and he gets hit by a bicycle, a little kid goes out, he gets hit by a bicycle when he was looking at kids playing, then somehow in his subconscious, he might get the idea that you shouldn't look without permission or something that is hard for us to understand where it comes from, how our subconscious interprets things. Then we have, besides our childhood and what is going on, then we have our teachers, you know, how we interpret what our teachers say to us. Maybe they say you're not amount to anything. Maybe they'll say you're not as good as B, you know? And then we internalize everything. So all these amount to who we are. And in order for us to go forward and to understand that we can create our reality, we need to let go of all these traumas. We need to align with a new way of looking at things. First of all, I believe we're not victims. We're all very powerful creators. We just don't know it. And it hasn't been in our awareness until now. So know that you can create your own reality, and I will help you align with a meditation. I'll help you align with what you want to create in your future, in your near future, in your far future. So before I do this meditation, I would like you to pause and maybe get some water if you need to, and think about, and you might even want to write what it is that you want to release. What patterns are running you in your life? that you keep meeting again and again, and it keeps going on spirals. And what fears do you have that you want to release? And what is it that you, in a perfect world, all possibilities exist, without thinking there's not enough time and not enough money and not enough and not enough, not enough. Think about what you would like to create in your life, what you'd like to have in your life. And then we can align that with a new trajectory, a new timeline in the meditation. So pause the recording and think about it and come back for the meditation. Thank you. Take a few very, very deep breaths with a ha when you come out, hoping that you have your intention set for your new life, for your new trajectory. So taking a deep, deep breath all the way from the bottom of your feet. And again, in and relax. One more time. Last time. Close your eyes and feel how the energy relaxes your body. It starts at the bottom of your feet and comes up, relaxes your toes, your ankles, going up into your shins, all the way up to your knees, relaxes all of your lower legs and your thighs, going up into your hips, relaxes all of your hips, and inside relaxes all of your organs, all of your sexual organs, in the back, your kidneys, your large intestine and small intestine, and your liver, and all of those inside of you. Relax everything. The energy is relaxing, keeps going up until your belly button and past your belly button, and it relaxes your lungs and your heart chakra. The whole front and back are all relaxed. The energy goes up into your shoulders. Totally relax your shoulders. Make sure they're down. And bringing the energy into your arms, all the way through the elbows. A lot of energy stuck there. Keep going down into your fingers, bringing the energy out of your fingers, and keep going back into the neck area from your shoulders. Bring the energy up your neck, relax all of those muscles, and your jaw, totally relax. Your ears and nose and eyes, your forehead is relaxed, the back of your neck and your head, all relaxed now. And I would ask you to take an elevator down to your heart. And so we're going to count from 8 till you hit the ground floor, which will be in your heart. Don't negotiate what floors you're passing. The door will just open and you will be in your heart center, and we will go from there. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the doors open into your sanctuary in your heart. That is the place where you build your own heart temple, where you get away from everything and everybody. You go into your heart temple. And in this temple, you build a beautiful place, however you imagine it. You can have a large cathedral, you can have it all glass, you can overlook the ocean or the gardens, or whatever makes you feel good. You can have a couple of couches there to lay around in. There's also a hallway with many doors. And one of the doors leads into outer space, where you've passed all of our world and our solar system and even the Milky Way and other galaxies. And it takes you all the way to that place beyond our collective field, this dark space. And see yourself just float there and loving it, so free. You might even expand your body and feel how the electrons are so far apart that your body is not a real physical body. It's just awareness floating in dark space. And you feel so freed. It's so nice to float there. And then as you float, you feel a movement, and you go around to this place where you see a doorway not far away. In the center of this dark space, you see a doorway. And you come to this doorway, and you stand at the doorway, and you get instructions. Invite your higher self and your guardians to be with you. Your star beings family can be there with you. Look around and see who you want to invite to be with you on this journey. Do you want your star family? Do you want maybe you want to invite some archangels, Michael or Ariel, whatever you know, maybe some of the masters you want to invite. You want to invite Isis. Do you want to invite Kuan Yin? Do you want to invite Buddha? Or maybe you want to invite Yeshua, Jesus. Do you want to invite the Blessed Mother, Mother Mary? Whomever you feel close to, you can invite to be with you at this time. And before you go in through this doorway, you're given a cape, a purple cape. Purple because we have invited Adama Saint Germain to be there and to use his violet flame in this cape, to dissolve all of your traumas, fears, apprehensions, anything that you will put in that cape. So you're given this cape and you put it on you. And then you go and you look around inside your old body, the body that you just took apart. And you feel around and see where there was some issue with some stuck energy. You're still connected to the you on earth here, very grounded. And you ask, yourself. What is it that I want to put in this cape, that I want to get rid of? What pattern, which pattern do I meet most in my life that keeps coming back and facing me and being my mirror? Is it abandonment? Is that I don't feel loved? Is it that I don't feel powerful because I keep giving my power away all the time? I will be quiet for a moment so you can figure out what you want to put in that cape before you go through that doorway. Keep going back and checking with the old you, the one that's still on earth connected to your body, and see where in your body you feel that stuckness and bring it out. And if you don't have a name for the pattern, you could just take where you feel that stuck energy is, you take it out and you put it in that cape. You keep going back and looking for more. Perhaps it's the deservability. You feel deserving. Or maybe you think you don't have enough, you don't make enough. Abundance. You feel that you're not smart enough or educated enough. Anything that is calling you in your body or in your mind, go ahead and put in that cape. So now, if you put everything in it that you want to get rid of, know that this cape transmutes all those energies into pure unconditional love to you. You're ready to go through this doorway or through this portal. And so you get very excited to go through because now you've left all of those behind. So get ready to go and step through that doorway. And when you step into this doorway, a whole new magical world opens up for you. It still looks dark as it is in space, but it has magical stardust in there. It has swirls of energy, of gold and silver that take you into a different kind of world, a world where you're going to create everything that you want down here. But when you pass the threshold, you came into this world where you left all that you don't need behind, and you're going to align with a new timeline now. So you could float here for a while and stay as long as you like. If you'd like to stay longer, you could pause. If not, you could float around and just feel like you're dancing and singing and being so happy and free. No, not a worry in the world. You feel so good there that it's hard to form any coherent thoughts. You're just very happy to be there. And when you're ready, before you come back into your body, know that you're coming in as a changed person, where all the old patterns are gone. And if they do show up, you will recognize them and choose differently. So align with this new you and come back feeling empowered and feeling like you stepped into this new you and new life that you want to create. Use all of your senses to be in this new world of yours. What does it look like? Who is around you? What does it smell like or feel like? Feel your body so much lighter and happier and relaxed. Come back into your body and into your room. Have a very powerful, enjoyable journey filled with love and light of who you are truly.
Hello, I am Simon Deacon, and it is truly an honor to be a member of the Galactic Alliance, where I may share my skills and my higher calling as a professional energy healer with this very powerful metaphysical community. My main profession is holistic energy healing. I have been a certified vortex healer, which is my primary modality. I am also a certified Reiki master, as well as an intuitive counselor. And I've had my own healing practice in Manhattan for 20 years. And I'm also a professional artist. My primary modality is vortex healing and has played a major part in my spiritual path and spiritual evolution since 2001. It has become what I believe to be one of the most powerful energy healing modalities on this planet for not only healing, but also healing and transformation on a profound planetary level. Vortex healing channels divine healing energy and a deeper essence of what is known as magical divine consciousness from what is called the lineage of Merlin. This divine healing light and consciousness is the highest healing vibration that you will truly ever experience. During a session, you will receive a channeling of very sophisticated vortex healing techniques from the vortex healing protocol, coming from the channeling of many divine healing energetic levels and frequencies simultaneously. There are many levels within our system that hold the deepest of negative conditioning, emotional blocks, trauma, and even karma. Vortex healing truly reaches all of these levels on the deepest core. I have so many testimonies from so many clients of the powerful accelerated healing that they experience after a session. And not only do they experience a profound freedom from the blocks, the emotional blocks, and the trauma that has been hindering their lives, but they also experience a profound transformation and higher fulfillment in their outer reality. What I also do during healing a session is I also provide intuitive counseling. What I provide is what I call is a powerful soul reading, where I am continuously picking up intuitive counsel from sources of one's higher self and from the divine guides that surround and guide the client individually. And that is truly one of my most favorite parts of the session because it just reveals so much. I very much am very honored to be part of the Galactic Alliance and wish to share this higher calling with you. If you are so interested in a vortex healing session, please go to my website at www.simondeacon.com. My number is 646-331-3944. And just to let you know that vortex healing is a school of energy healing from the Vortex Healing Institute. Rick Weinman is the founder of Vortex Healing, and he has truly been an incredible teacher for me and all other vortex healers. Again, thank you so much, and I hope to see you, and I look forward to the honor of serving in the future.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Cory, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
Hello everyone, my name is James Farley, and I'm one of the Galactic Ambassadors that Sheila Seppi is introducing to the world, and I'm very excited to be part of this program. My life changed back in 2013 after a sailing accident. I died and after a blow to the head, and found myself laid out on a dock looking down on my body, and that was definitely a new experience for me. So after taking care of that situation and returning home, a few days later I had a very fascinating encounter with a hummingbird, and having had my whole life change due to this near-death experience, I wasn't used to having encounters, spiritual encounters with animals, power animals like hummingbirds. So this hummingbird flew into my garage and it smacked into the north wall, which I found out much later is the realm of the hummingbird. So I scrambled back and words came out of my mouth that didn't seem like mine. And I said, Mother Gaia, please, please help me with this bird. And I reached under everything and I pulled this very small bird out and it hopped on my finger and just sat there very passively. And it had gotten itself very tangled up in the dust that was at the bottom of the shelving where it had landed. So I helped untangle it and asked for it to stay calm until I could walk outside. And as soon as I walked out of the garage back into the sunshine, it seemed to wake up and fly away. I really didn't know what to make of that, so I just filed it away. Now fast forward a little bit, perhaps a month. I was out surfing and I really tore up one of my knees. And a friend said, you need to go see the Reiki lady. And I said, what is that? And I kept calling it Ricky. And so she introduced me to a nice lady in town, a grandmother, and I went back into her sewing room and laid down on a table, and she performed an hour of Reiki on me. And the fascinating part to me was I could see what was going on in my mind. And she slowly moved around my body in a counterclockwise direction. But when she got to my knee, my right knee was the one that I had injured, I could see what she was doing in my mind, which was utterly fascinating. So it was a kind of a cartoonesque view, and the knee joint was drawn out there, and you saw a red band of what looked like angry energy circling round that joint. And then what happened was that energy slowly began to change from red to gold to green to black, and the black turned to smoke and dissipated. And she continued around the table. Nothing else seemed to happen. And at the end, she said, how do you feel? And I said, I feel great, but would you like to know what I saw? And after I told her, she said, you're now my student. So I was being led down my path, which was just wonderful, which is the reason that I sit before you today, to help you along your path. An aspect of my path that is very important to me is being able to interact with other beings. And the plants are very sacred to me, and the spirit of the plants with whom I interact very often bring me, again, great solace and also great information for myself and others. There's an aspect, a language key that I feel that if you interact with the mushroom kingdom, that you can unlock these languages, these abilities, these interactions, and they can create very great connections for you upon your journey. And one way that that happens for me is when I sit and meditate with these plant spirits, I'm allowed to begin to grow my relationship with these small beings, as I call them. So you have the bees and the lizards and the frogs and the plants and all of those small beings that you have in your yard, as well as some tremendously large beings, like the live oak trees near the home in which I live. And it is nothing short of amazing to be able to talk to them, to ask their counsel, to be able to bring their knowledge to you. And that is something that I feel very humbled and very grateful to be able to do for people, to be able to sit and interact and channel and bring all of this wonderful knowledge to all of us. As these interactions began to increase, both in their significance, symbolism, and I feel power, it amazed me in which the ways that you can be reminded that you're on your path. Where I live, you almost never see crows. And one morning when I woke up, I went out back and there were 40 crows on a tree in my backyard, which is very surprising. And so I walked up to them and looked up and said, what do you want? And they all flew off at the same time and circled my house and then flew off. And that really was quite surprising. So went back in the house and trying to figure out what sort of magic that entailed in my path, in my life. And forgot about it for a few hours. Now, later on that day, my family and I decided to go out and get lunch. And we all piled in the car and left our neighborhood, and there was a white pickup truck, part of a road crew, at the entrance to our small neighborhood. And what was very fascinating was, on this white pickup truck, from bumper to bumper, were all of those crows, 40 crows lined up, all frozen except for the first one, who was looking at me, cawing, turning his head as we drove past. And my whole family saw this. And even my daughter simply said, "What do they want?" And I don't know. But I suspect that they wanted me to be remembered that there's magic. And crows can be a symbol of that type of remembrance of magic. And along our paths, it is important to remember that this magic, this laughter, this fun, because I feel that that crow was laughing in a wonderful way, is all around us. And it can bring you peace if you allow it. As these connections continue to grow, I began to carefully see the signs. I was gifted feathers from my different power animal birds and began to feel a stronger and stronger connection to the Amazon during meditation. And one day I was given a book by one of my teachers about these 13 grandmothers who counsel the world. And that was sort of like a key fitting into a lock for me. Because as soon as I read that book, I knew that I was part of something much greater than myself, as we all are. And one of my goals here is to help you find your key to unlock yourself so that you may be of service both to yourself and to others, because that is why we're here. One of the things that I was taught from my near-death experience by the angelics, by the celestials, is very simply, we are here because of love. And as long as we continue to love ourselves and love others, we shall have our paths unfold before us in the most peaceful, easy way possible. There are many ways down a path, but it certainly is nice to take the easy path. Some of the other paths have great views, so that's okay just as well. I had a very great desire to interact with the spirit of Mother Ayahuasca. I'm sure most of you have heard of Mother Ayahuasca. But I knew that with the injury that I had sustained in my accident, that would not be wise. It might just be too physically powerful for my body to be able to endure. So during a very wonderful, peaceful meditation, Mother Ayahuasca appeared to me. And she appeared to me as the vine, and also as these beautiful red umbrella-shaped flowers that were hanging downward. And she asked me to put my hands up, and as I put my hands up, Mother Ayahuasca came forward and pierced both of my hands with those red flowers. And I saw, with my eyes open, my veins begin to pulse green. And she said, "You're never going to need to physically drink ayahuasca because I am always within you." And I thought, what a wonderful gift, that when a human body is too frail to endure an ayahuasca ceremony, that the spirit of ayahuasca comes to you in the most gentle way possible and enables you to experience, interact, and benefit from such a spirit. And Grandmother Ayahuasca, I'm very, very grateful for what you did. Shortly after interacting with Mother Ayahuasca during another meditation, I encountered another one of my spirit animals, and that is Mother Jaguar. And Mother Jaguar in the Central South American cultures may represent hospitality, protection, and welcoming. And very often when I'm meditating, she will allow me to climb into her mouth and we will walk through the jungle together. And it is a very fascinating, beautiful thing. And if you go through Google Images, you can see ancient carved statues of exactly this, of a Maya, Inca, Aztec person in the mouth of a jaguar, all of this carved in stone. And I always find these things fascinating because I was shown, told, and experienced this before I ever knew that it existed. So it was a thing before I knew it was a thing. And I think that that's the best kind of confirmation that you're on your path, when such things are shown to you. Behind me you can see Tibetan singing bowls. I have a beautiful collection of these healing instruments, and in front of the camera is a very large earth gong whose tone is just perfect for my healing. I bring them up because within probably 5 weeks of my accident, I became suddenly very interested in singing bowls. I'm not even sure how any of this occurred. I can no longer remember. But I contacted a British man who wrote a beautiful book about singing bowls, and he told me to contact a man named Dr. Mitchner up in Allentown, Perkasie, Pennsylvania. And within 5 days of contacting him, I was sitting in his studio in a class with singing bowls. And I took 550 hours of training with him on the healing aspects of singing bowls and gongs. And it was so amazing and mystical, both from the instructional aspect, the bowls that I was able to play, and the people that I was allowed to sit with. We had a wonderful little gathering, a wonderful tribe of people who participated in those classes over and over again. And I thought it was so wonderful to be able to learn these things to help people. There are bowls, the bowl above my shoulder, the big one, that's a bowl that I like to use whenever I meet someone who has either a physical or a psychological scar to their mind, their brain. And if I hold that up to their forehead and gong it very gently, they all say the same thing to me, that there is a red blockage that dissolves almost instantly with the sound of that bowl. And I've given up on understanding how or why. I'm just so glad that these things can be. I've been able to help many veterans in this way who are doing their best to shed the remembrances of the conflicts in which they served. And as a veteran myself, that's very important to me. My wife and I built a wonderful little cabin on 5 acres in western North Carolina on very, very sacred land. And I was called to build a stone circle out there. And I do a lot of wonderful work in this stone circle. I was partially inspired after a trip to England, where I spent a month near Glastonbury investigating all of those ancient, beautiful energy sites over there. And I was told in meditation in that stone circle that I am what is called a bridge walker, a walker between worlds, which I also found out much later is a term that Peruvians use for people who do work in the other realm and bring it back to this realm. So I thought that was a very interesting way of yet confirming again that all of this is very important and very tangible even in this world. And I feel that when others accompany me through hikes in the wood, that we can encounter these beings together as a collective energy, a synergy, and that they are allowed to see through the veil as easily as some people do. And by being able to see through the veil, you can really begin to understand where you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to do. And it's a wonderful way of being able to help in this earthly realm. While on the sacred land in North Carolina, I began to encounter these beings, these lights. They look like fireflies or lightning bugs, yet they were brighter, a little bigger, much more vividly green, and they would stay on rather than blink on and off slowly. And they would come very, very close. These were not ephemeral lights in the distance. And so I used my connection and I began to interact with these, and I found out that they were fairies, what are called summer court fairies. And this was beyond the pale even for my experiences up to this point. I wasn't sure if this was real. And so I really began to meditate and interact and learn, read, study about them. And they continued to interact with me. So I brought my daughter up, who's very gifted, and we sat in complete darkness in the woods at about 10 p.m. and I picked up my flute that these fairies love to listen to. And I asked her, do you see anything? Do you see anything at all? And she said, no. And I hadn't front-loaded her with any information. So she was going in there with no preconceived notions. And as I picked up the flute and began to play it, about 4 dozen of these beings came rapidly flying out of the woods, out of the darkness toward us. And my daughter stood up and in a joyous voice she said, oh my God, they're fairies. And one of them even flew through her abdomen. And one landed on my shoe, and they swirled all around us for about 5 minutes before slowly retreating back into the woods. And that was a wonderful confirmation that I was actually seeing these beings. And a year later, almost to the day, I did the same thing with my wife, who's very much a serious scientist. And as the beings approached, she looked at me and she said, do you think they could be luminous insects? And that's a very fair question. And I said, do luminous insects fly through panes of glass? Because they just flew through your car windows. And she was rather intrigued by all of this. I'm not sure she knows what to make of it, but at least she saw them as well. It's very wonderful to be able to interact with elemental beings like this, and the lands of Appalachia are absolutely full of them. And if you get a chance, come up and visit. And they look almost exactly like the lights that I'm showing you in this short video. Glastonbury, I chose to go to Avebury, the largest stone circle in the world. It's so big there's a town inside of it. I believe it's approximately 2 miles across, each of the stones, and there are countless numbers of them. They're the size of buildings. Absolutely amazing to stand and commune with them. And while I was there, something very interesting occurred. I heard someone speaking to me, so I sat down and I began to listen very carefully. And I heard words coming through, so I took up my notebook and I began to write them down. And what was the most astonishing thing was who sent the poem that I received that day on that land. The author of the poem, I believe, was Merlin. Crescent moon and fortnight sun. The geese will fly and the deer will run. Let their hearts open to the skies, so people may quiet their own mournful cries. We must walk with purpose to help quiet the earth, to bring her bounty and help chase away the dearth. She wants to help, but we do not listen. Our minds close down, self-imposed and frizzen. Look up, look down, all great and small. We must remember to be fair to all. Take this note, dear friend of land. Be good as we all truly can. Merlin. There are several interesting aspects of this poem, one of which is the expression fortnight sun. That's a British expression for a heat wave. I'd never heard of it, yet it was in the poem. Another word was the word Frisian, which I had never heard before, yet there it was in the poem, and I wasn't even sure how to spell it. I also later learned that receiving poetry from the land is a thing in England, that it does happen. Other aspects are the trees that I used in that clip ahead of this are sacred trees, and I took that photo at Avebury. When I showed the poem to my son, he said, it sounds like Tolkien. And I thought that was very interesting, because Tolkien wrote much of Lord of the Rings sitting under those trees. So was Tolkien also channeling Merlin? It's a very interesting thing to think about. But either way, onwards and upwards, my friends. It's important to also talk about the galactic aspect of my experiences. I mainly work in the earthly realm, but also I have very strong connections to the Arcturians and to the Pleiadians. And the earliest thing, the first time that I encountered these beings was in group meditation with a friend, and I went through what I can only describe as a wormhole, and I appeared on a ship very similar to the one pictured, and I was taken into this ship and I met these tall, beautiful, benevolent mantis beings, and they interacted with me and helped me understand that I was part of a greater good. And it was a very, very fascinating experience. And this happened with my meditation partner so often that we began to keep a journal. At the end of every one of these experiences, we would separately write down what we were told, and then we would also do our best to visually describe what had gone on as well by drawing things. And we'd do the big reveal like you used to see on TV, and we would go 1, 2, 3 and hand each other our notebooks. And what was always fascinating was the information and the visuals were always identical. I would see things close up, just as I'm sitting before the camera now, and my friend would see things more from sitting in the far corner of the room, the whole picture. And I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And she later told me, sort of in a mini channeling session, that I was also to be working with the Arcturians. And that took a few years for them to come through to me, but they did. And so I feel very well grounded both on this earth and having these galactic connections. And I hope that as a galactic ambassador that I will be able to interact with you and help you along that type of path as well. There are many ways for us to help this earth to be our own galactic ambassadors. And we can read, we can interact with others, we can go to meetups, we can take courses. And one of my strongest ways that I can help others is through channeling. I'm a very strong, deep channel. And my favorite way to channel is through the Oracle of Delphi and near the Temple of Apollo. And I think it's a very wonderful gift to be able to interact with one of these oracles. They existed for approximately 300 years, and they would channel as oracles for people. And when I sit, one of the most amazing things to me is I step aside and the oracle speaks and answers questions for the client. And it is a very great experience to be able to do this. And I also like the privacy aspect of it because the channel is so deep and I am so far removed that remembrances of the session are almost none. So I really like the fact that we get a wonderful private experience from this. We also offer beachside sessions near my home. And for those of you that can make such a session, it's wonderful to lie there very comfortably next to the sand dune with the birds and the salty breeze and to be able to just relax. You'd be surprised how quickly time passes when you're lying prone or sitting comfortably in a chair during such an experience. And the information that comes through, the questions that are answered, really will help you along your path, really will allow you to feel peaceful, and really will allow you to feel connected to the all. It is one of my favorite things to do, and I hope you'll join me. I'm James Farley, and I wish you well.
Hello, everyone. Are you ready for some soul mission awakenings and soul mission activations? so that you can get grounded onto your big picture, why you're here, what you're here to do, what it feels like, looks like, and how it even embraces all of those skills that you've had from so many other lifetimes. So I'm Joan of Angels. I am known as an oracle of ancient wisdom. I am an angelic being. I was guided to paint 33 angels, and I work with a group of angelic messengers who call themselves earth messengers, here to awaken humanity to their beautiful divine purpose. But I wasn't born knowing exactly what I was here to do. Instead, I was born with little inklings that there was something different and unique and special about me. And that's your first clue in knowing that you have a big purpose, is when you, even in your childhood, where you would have dreams and fantasies and visions of something bigger, something better, something that might really, rock your soul and other people's souls. So there's a feeling underneath of a sense of destiny. And so destiny is what you come here to do, and then what you say yes to doing. And it is a process, an unfoldment. It is a learning. Like, you don't become a master chef until you've had a lot of, cutting and putting together and prepping. And that is the same thing about awakening to our soul mission and awakening to who you are. So I want to share a little bit about how I have awoken to this, in the hopes that you can gain knowledge and wisdom about your own awakening. And by the way, check out my website, joanofangels.com. Go to my Instagram account at Joan of Angels. Everything is at Joan of Angels, my YouTube channel as well. And on the Instagram, you'll find the Linktree links to anything that I'm doing. So, because my mission is to help you remember who you are and why you're here. I do this because these are the times for which we have been called. Many of you are volunteers. Volunteers meaning that you came here for a mission, a purpose, solely unique to you. And this mission and this purpose will really guide you in the direction. And so when we're younger and we start on our path of life, say we're on a big mountaintop and the base is pretty wide. But as we follow the callings, the path becomes narrower. The choices become less. But of course, the ramifications become more, because we can fall off. So when I was 30, when I first began my work as a chiropractor, I went to a visioning workshop, and I said, well, what am I here to do? I couldn't figure out why and what I could do with my life. In fact, I thought I would die at 28 because I didn't see a future. So I went to this workshop at 30, and I saw an amazingly beautiful goddess angel, and she was right behind me, dressed in white with wings, and I was dressed just like her. And I was up on the podium with her, and millions of people were walking by, dropping their crutches, dropping their wheelchairs, crawling, and then getting up and walking. And she said to me that I was here to heal and inspire millions of people. And I always thought that was so strange. What could I do that would be for millions of people? And it obsessed me. Even when I was a chiropractor and I saw a lot of patients every day and every week, I still would go, how can I treat more? How can I heal more people? How can I do something that would instantly heal hundreds or thousands of people at one time, knowing that somewhere I had those gifts, but I could not access that. And so that is like many of you, knowing that there is something unique, but not knowing how to manifest it here on this 3D reality, which is harder to manifest. So I spent those years wondering how I would accomplish that. And I missed a lot of clues along the way. So one of the clues I had was that I was always told from a young age that I was beautiful. But I noticed that my mother, who was beautiful, had to live in fear because my father was very abusive. So I came to the conclusion that looking beautiful was dangerous, that you could get caught, you could get seen, and that being seen was dangerous. Now, I have come to learn that much of this comes from other lifetimes where I was punished for my abilities to talk to the gods and know things about people, or to be an intuitive or healer. Like many of us have lost our life because we knew too much, or we were too smart. In fact, I was told that I managed to get my family kicked out of many mystery schools because I was smarter than the teachers. I didn't mean to be precocious. I just knew because I knew. So awakening to this beauty and truth of who we are is an art form, literally. It is a process of saying yes to that which may or may not make sense on a world level. So we want to look at those things, talents and skills that we might have had as a younger person and maybe dismissed. I was an empath. I always knew, in a sense, what people were feeling. I didn't know I was an empath. I just knew that I could feel it. I could always know who was about to call with bad news. The phone rang, and I knew it was my aunt calling to tell us that my grandmother had committed suicide. Okay, how does one really know that? I just knew those things, but I tried not to be different. And in fact, I remember having lunch once with my brother and his fiance at the time. And they basically said that I was like the most boring person in the world, that I didn't have any brains, that I didn't have anything that was unique or out of the normal. And I remember at the conversation, and finally I must have said something that piqued their interest. And they said, oh, well, maybe she might grow up to be an individual, with an individual personality. I really tried to conform. I did not want to make waves. So as I began my journey, what I also realized was that at choice points, my guides or my angels or my higher self would actually give me advice, but I didn't actually always listen, because it was just maybe too much. So I was guided. My dad died when I was 23. And I was guided because he left, and I couldn't have done this if he were alive, but I was guided to move to Los Angeles, where I moved into a spiritual community, an ashram, at the age of 25. Once I graduated and got my master's in counseling, I left New York and I arrived here in California, and I studied spirituality. One night, I was guided to go to an event at a very famous actress house who was in this movement. I was in the movement of spiritual inner awareness, and I'm sitting there, and I go, well, I'm here because what should I do with my life? Now, I had a master's in counseling, but I didn't believe in myself. I just never thought clients would come to me. I had no self-confidence, and I heard a voice that said, go to chiropractic school. It was loud as day, go to chiropractic school. And because I was so lost, I said, okay, I'll go look at it. And I went to a chiropractic school the next day, Cleveland Chiropractic, not the best of them, but they accepted me right away. And I went home, and there was a check for $787, which was my grandfather's entire estate to me. It came in that check, which was the exact amount of the tuition for the chiropractic school. And that confirmed for me that, oh my God, I must be on the right track. So part of soul awakenings, to awaken to our mission, is to actually recognize clues along the way and then to listen to them. And those are two distinct things. You can recognize the clues, and then you could do what I've done sometimes in my life and said, oh my God, that's too much. So when the guides told me to paint 33 angels in 30 days back in 2013, the first thing I said was, well, I don't paint faces. And then they said paint, and I heard it again, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And then I said, well, that's a lot of painting. And I painted in oil in those days. So not only don't I do faces, but 33 canvases, you're asking a lot of me. And I don't know. And so I stopped And again, they said it a third time. Now, this is what I know about our higher self, our guides, and our angels. They will give you 3 times. If you don't say yes on the third time, you will drop it. They will drop it and go on to the next person. Because remember that saying, many are called and few choose. And that is true. To be one of the chosen ones, you have to say yes. You must choose. There's no doubt about it. It's your yes. And I know this for a fact. So they gave me, I painted 33 angels. I hung it up in the angel loft, and a book fell off the bookshelf that said, your call for angelic assistance has been heard. And I knew that was the next step. And I said, well, what am I going to do with 33 paintings? And I heard another voice, because they don't give you the message till you've said yes and done that last one. And I heard the voice, paint us and we will come. And I said, who will come? What are you talking about? And at that point, they said, paint us and we will come again, 3 times. So I went and bought these rather large canvases and I started painting. The first painting that came through was the Oracle. I called it the Oracle of Isis, but it was actually a self-portrait of me with white hair. And this was the painting that would start to bring messages in. So I discovered that the artwork, which I had no idea I could do, was designed to remind us of what we might look like on the other side in our avatar bodies, or up on the ships where we might be, or wherever we might be. This is what our soul essence could feel like or look like. Or in the case of different angels I painted, this is what they look like, because they want humanity to know. But when I discovered, when I hung up the art, that I got messages from the art, and the art would balance the room. And so my clients started to feel that when they would get these pieces from me, they resonated with them in a way that brought balance, harmony, wisdom, and healing. So I began to discover that when I said yes, extraordinary things would start to happen. But when I said no, and I fell off the path, then I would have some hard falls and some hard times, and good things were not happening. So saying yes brought me more of my bliss, because it brought me happiness, peace, and joy, while saying no literally would make it so that my life was more chaotic. It was not peaceful. It would actually be disturbing and distressing to me. And so shortly after that, I went to a retreat at the Shakti Festival. It's a yoga festival. And while I was there, I saw a palm reader. A couple of years later, rather, saw a palm reader, and it was very kind of heartbreaking, because he said to me, he looked at my palm and he said, you know, Joan, you were supposed to be famous. You were supposed to be very famous, but you blew it. Well, I blew it because for many years I had been off the path, and I had been lost in despair and poverty and trauma, and wasn't really doing what my guides had really directed me to do. And so that was a harsh awakening, to be told that you blew it. And then he looked at me and he said, but there's going to come a time again where you will rise up again and you will be known. He said, it won't be like the first time, but it'll be just as powerful. And so I've worked for many years to get to this point of waking up, of beginning to align my body, mind, and spirit, so I could remember and then have the courage to step into it. And all these factors are important. Courage to actually say, I'm an angel. So in 2015, I moved to the desert, and on day 2, having lunch with a friend who was introducing me to someone who lived in the desert near me. And the woman looks at me like this. She said, what did you say your name was? We're in a busy cafe. And I said, well, I'm Joan. And I started to say Joan Hangarter, because I'm Dr. Joan Hangarter. And she said, she wouldn't let me even get the last name out. Stop. And suddenly the whole cafe went quiet. I didn't hear them. I was in a different zone. And I heard her say, I know who you are. So we were in a very busy cafe. I was being introduced to this woman named Robin, and she looked at me very intently and she said, I know who you are. You're Joan. And then she kind of spread it out. You're Joan of, the room is totally silent. And I thought she was going to say Joan of Arc, because Joan of Arc, since I was a little girl, I used to imagine that I was Joan of Arc. But she said Joan of Angels. And suddenly my heart sang. I could never have taken that name by myself, but my heart sang with joy and happiness. I knew who I was. It was very, very exciting. And so I stepped into Joan of Angels. I started trying to call myself Joan of Angels, but I was very embarrassed. I didn't know how to tell people I'm Joan of Angels. I didn't even know what it meant to be Joan of Angels, to be honest with you. And I remember one time I went with my daughter shopping in LA, and I had these new business cards, Joan of Angels, and I'm talking to these new people, and I take out this card, it says Joan of Angels, and I thought my daughter would die right then and there. So stepping into your soul purpose might be hard on your kids, just so you know. And she calls me away. She does this. Shut up, right? And she calls me, do you have to leave with that? Can't you tell them you're Dr. Joan Hangarter and then tell them that? And I realized that I had a long way to go to know who I am. So I lived in the desert for 7 years. And for 7 years, I worked to remember who I am and awaken those memories and to paint angelic beings. Because even when you have a clue, it doesn't necessarily mean you know what to do or that you're comfortable being all that, being the angel in the room. But I've had clues all my life. When I was in that spiritual group, I was ordained as a minister. And as a minister, my gift, they said, was to just be. What does that mean, to just be? It tortured me. Does that mean I go sit in a room and I sit in silence, just being? And apparently that's what they meant. What they meant was, wherever I go, if I'm stepping into this higher frequency of me, my energy would be so bright and light that it could heal everyone in the room, or at least lift their hearts and make them feel better. So, but I found that impossible because I thought I had to do something. So you see, guys, there's remnants of what you are and who you are, even when you look in your past. Now, how does that relate to today? Well, recently, I've had several Akashic record readings now that have informed me and shown me and awakened to me that I had been the high priestess of Atlantis and I had been the goddess Hathor. Hathor, the goddess, part of her role as the goddess of beauty was to raise the hearts of the poor, impoverished Egyptian farmers and people who lived a very, very hard life. And they would have been very much in despair, but when they would gaze upon Hathor, who was known for her beauty, they would feel relief. They would feel love, balance, and harmony. Balance and harmony was an Egyptian trait that they were ascribing to. Our society should be balanced and harmonious. Well, that might have been true in the upper echelons, but if you were poor and impoverished, you needed more. So the beauty of Hathor was to hold that energy and have people gaze upon her. And because she was that beautiful, she would feel this peace and balance. Now, I had been told growing up I was beautiful. My mother had been a model. My grandmother had been a model, and generations back were very, very beautiful. But I noticed that my own mother suffered so much for her beauty, and I didn't want people to see me. So I literally took ugly pills so that no one would find me. I don't know why I did it. I took literal ugly pills. Well, there was no pill that could make you ugly, but I did my best. And if you look back in my childhood pictures, I really do look ugly because I was embarrassed to be beautiful, even though now I know that it's my destiny to walk in a room, raise the frequency. I don't have to say anything, and to be a magnet for the light and a radiance for that light. But now I know this later on, now that I've become a wise woman, that they were trying to tell me something younger days. So the questions that you should take away from this is, oh, what is my higher self telling me? What are those gifts I already innately have and that have always been a part of me? Now, the funniest thing, not so funny, is that I did several plant medicine journeys. And in this particular one, several years ago, I found myself, I was on mushrooms and ayahuasca. And after I paced like a cougar, a cheetah for quite a while in the jungle, I found myself diving into the waters and becoming a mermaid and being called to the Oracle of Delphi. And as I dove under the waters, I went even deeper and I came to an underground temple. And there in the underground temple were all of the ancient gods. Zeus was there, Ra was there, Hathor was there, Osiris was there, Isis was, all of these gods were there, dressed to the T's, and they were at a banquet. And you know, when you go visit your family and they're eating dinner and they say, come on in, welcome, you know, it's about time you're here, and come sit down, that's what happened. It's like, it's about time you're here, we've been waiting for you. And there was a place for me at this grand banquet. And I'm sitting there and then I'm dancing and I'm like, thinking to myself, oh my God, I'm with the gods. But I didn't want to go to the next step that said, maybe I really was one of these goddesses and gods. That was too much for me. So I didn't go further with that, even though I had other epiphanies about being Huan Yin, the mother of Kuan Yin. And her mission was also kindness and love. And she would help uplift the people of humanity. She even went down into the underworld and she brought in the light. Now, and she brought in the light so strongly that the god of the underworld kicked her out because the people were becoming too happy. Well, I had this plant medicine journey and I found myself going down to the underworld and I was told I had to leave. I don't know why I had to leave, but they told me I wasn't welcome there. So when I went home to my sanctuary in the desert, I painted a painting of the underworld and of the goddess with her staff. And on top of the staff was a crystal beaming light. I did this unconsciously, but I was bringing light to the underworld like the goddess Huan Yin had done. So see, there's synchronicities, there's memories that you have that start to pop in, but because you have no context, it becomes a little bit more difficult to clear the field, to actually know the meaning of it all. So soul awakening, soul mission awakening is remembering that you came here for a purpose, remembering that it is a divine purpose, and remembering that you are uniquely qualified to do this. So you're trusting in your memories, you're trusting in your ability to do this. You're trusting that the information, the wisdom you're getting is exactly what you need to move forward and exactly how you're meant to do this. So I have pursued having different readings, having different awakenings so that I literally can remember why I'm here and what I'm here to do. I now teach classes on soul mission awakening, awakening to who you are. What are your gifts and your skills and your superpowers? Because you came down here for a reason. You're needed because of that reason, because only you can do you effectively. I can't do you. You are the one who can do you. So we work together to clear away what stands in the way, to help you access those memories of those gifts and skills that you've always had. Recently, the last thing I'm going to share with you is that my mother came to me again in a plant medicine ceremony. And she said, Joan, always remember that you came here to be beautiful. You are a direct descendant of Cleopatra. And I really mulled over that. And for a long time, because again, it's like, again, with beauty, again, with remembering that I'm beautiful, again, with remembering that I can't hide any longer. that my beauty needs to come out. That's part of who I am. That's part of an awakening for many people as I stand and I help heal and I help awaken and I help people remember. So that is a gift that I've been given. And I guess I carry it on through an ancestral lineage. In fact, my daughter's beautiful and she doesn't believe it either. And by the way, all these body and weight problems, I was bulimic and anemic. I as part of my trying to be as ugly as I could. So don't think that it's so easy. It's a matter of decoding. And sometimes we need help to decode. And so I'm a helper to decode. I offer a service called wing fluffing, which helps you really stand into your power and hold that frequency of the light. I offer spiritual awakenings and spiritual chiropractic, spiritual guidance, where I help you really claim who you are and really start to learn how to align your body, your mind, and your spirit to actually do what you came here to do, to hold a higher vibratory frequency, because it doesn't happen just by magic. So I also do soul awakening paintings, and I have different names for it, but what it is we capture your soul essence on a canvas so you can hang it in your house and always remember who you are and why you're here, and receive guidance from that painting of your higher self. And so it also raises the vibration and clears out negative energy. So that's what's called oracle art. So my job as an oracle this life is to help you remember who you are and why you're here. And that's why they call me the Oracle of Ancient Wisdom. So I hope this has helped you really understand that your soul mission is encoded in your life plan. Your guides and angels know what your soul contract is. And these kinds of programs are designed to help awaken your memories. So check me out, Joan of Angels. Let's see who you are. Reach out to me anytime you're ready to actually clarify your life purpose, your gifts, and your mission in this life. Have a blessed and beautiful day. I'm so happy I had this opportunity to really share love, light, and energy your way. Bye.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hi, I'm Don Hudnall in Louisiana. A little bit about myself, a little bit of background is I have a degree in toxicology, which I used in my first jobs. My first job out of college was subcontracted to the Environmental Protection Agency, investigating uncontrolled hazardous waste sites, dressing up in the monsoons, taking samples, looking for various chemicals, ranking different sites to be cleaned up. So the worst ones would be cleaned up first. After that, I went to work for Bell Helicopter Textron, and it's in the word helicopter. That's what we built, was helicopters, military and civilian helicopters. That was the bulk of my career. I was there almost 18 years. I really enjoyed it. Some really good people working there with me. And so I was in the safety department. Normally people don't like the safety department, so I liked it. And the employees seemed to recognize it and did a lot of good things, enough to where the actual operations folks at Bell Helicopter gave me this. And that never happens. Normally people hate those in the safety department. It worked out pretty well. I really liked it. But there did come a time when I had to move on from there. My wife and I moved back to Louisiana to be closer to both our families here in the same town as they got older and we could settle down here a little more. Took on various other jobs, such as working at Fox and NBC television as a salesperson. Also became president of a local art gallery after I started my own pottery business, hand-throwing pottery. So I did that for a while. Also worked labor, night stocking at a local hobby place. Also owned my own business for a while, for about 5 years, a vending business where I would take chips and snacks and candy and stock machines in manufacturing places, things like that. So I've done a variety of jobs, a variety of experiences. But I'm more than this. I'm really more than just this person in a suit. I'm more than that. Starting out, being born, I had memories from before I was born. I always had them. And I forced myself to remember. So this veil of forgetting that happens that some people talk about, I didn't fully forget. I was also born telepathic and empathic and picked up astral travel. Then had a near-death experience. And then a walk-in experience. All this by puberty. We even lived in a haunted house. But you know, at that young age, this is normal. All things moving around in the house, dark entities outside the window. This is normal. This is growing up every day human. This kind of stuff is normal.
Do what? Normal is boring.
Okay, maybe a little eccentric.
Just a little eccentric. You haven't seen me playing in the dirt.
And yes, that is what I'm like when I work at the homestead, which is a pink house on a dead-end road on an island in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana. So yeah, that's me. But this is me too. So multiple versions of me, I suppose. Anyway, what I would like to talk to you about is something that I guess I'm a little passionate about because for so very long, I was alone. And no, I really wasn't alone. I just didn't know it at the time. That there's a lot of people out there just like you. There are a lot of people out there that just haven't come forward. And yeah, there are a variety of reasons for not coming forward. I get it. I really do. For me, it began in that haunted house. After we moved out, another couple moved in with a boy my age into the room that I was in. And he saw these dark entities outside the window and things happening within the house and didn't keep quiet about it. And his parents had him committed to a nearby asylum. I believe at that time it was the largest asylum in the United States. It was called Central Asylum in Louisiana. So seeing that, it's like, this is what happens if you talk about it. So no, it's like, started getting the first impression of, okay, no, I don't think so. Stay quiet. And then becoming a teenager and trying to talk about some of this because you're a teenager. I mean, really. So you try to talk about this and prove it to people, and then stuff happens and they freak out and run away. Because at that time, there was no internet, no cell phones, no personal computers. This information was not readily available at that time. And then for me, the final kicker was in college when I was 19 or 20. Saw an event happening remotely, reaching out telepathically, trying to help, and it made things worse. A lot worse. And I was only trying to help. And it made things a lot worse. And after that happened, I feel guilty. And it's like, I am not talking to anybody. This is all a coincidence. It's not real. It never stopped. So I really had to separate the 3D physical world, career, job, life, wife, with my crazy little world and the things that continue to happen and keep it bottled inside till I was 56 years old. Yeah, I know, you're yelling at me now, saying you should never keep things bottled inside. But you know, we all do. This or that, to some extent. We all do, even though you try not to. And this stuff can be so far out there. I get it, if this is you, that you may have reasons for keeping it hidden for so long, but things are different now. People are much more open to it. There's a big spiritual awakening going on. This consciousness that seems to be growing between people. More of an ability to understand. Oh, I never have the right words. I'm not a teacher. There are a lot of the galactic ambassadors, mentors that are out here. So many people that have learned from gurus and things. I didn't have a teacher or physical guide, someone to help me with all of this. So I just talk. I'm just talking to you. Just like you. Learning, trying to figure it out. And maybe that's where you could help me. Maybe that's where you could help someone else. Because that's what I get the most from people is when they're just talking. Sometimes it's hard for me to understand a formal presentation. It's so much that I don't understand that I can only grasp a little bit of it. But when I sit down with somebody and just chat and just talk to them, just a regular talk about some of the telepathic or psychic experiences you've had, it helps me to understand just with someone talking. And that's where you can help perhaps someone else. You know, you're learning, once you start opening up, have a one-on-one conversation with somebody, even just on a small little subject, just start opening up a little bit. You're not just helping yourself, maybe you're helping them. Because it sure helps me when I'm just listening to people talk. I have been involved on Zoom meetings and different seminars. But like I said, the formal presentations, I get it and then get off the seminar and it just goes right over my head. Or it just leaks out of my ears and I really don't know. That's my catchphrase is I don't know. Because I don't. I'm still learning. But when there's a Zoom meeting and people just get on and just have a normal conversation and just start talking, you know, sometimes we don't do things right. I certainly don't do things right all the time. And it makes me feel a little more normal. Normal. Yeah. Normal. There it is again. A little less eccentric maybe. All right. So you can be a little eccentric and still be normal. Yeah. But how do you even start talking to somebody? I bet there's somebody that you know that has said something along these lines before. Something that seemed a bit far-fetched, far out there, a little spacey or something. Yeah, you can open up and share one small experience with them. Just open up a little conversation about one topic of your experience. Share your experience. And that's the whole thing, is sharing. Just share your experience. Something else you can do too is there are a lot of online meetings out here, these Zoom meetings and things. You can search on the internet. This Galactic Alliance, there are a lot of subcategories, whether it's starseeds or walk-ins or psychic things, soul retrieval ghosts, things like that. A lot of individual groups. They're all over the place. Near-death experiencers. ET experiencers with extraterrestrials. There are a lot of groups out there, whatever your experience is. And you can join these groups, and it's free. There are even apps for your mobile device available that are free. And so you can download it, search for these various groups that may hold an interest for you, and join the group. Again, it's free. Why not? Once you're in there, you can just listen. And eventually there may become a point where you can direct message someone and have a one-on-one conversation with someone. And once you feel relaxed enough, you may be able to speak to the group. Maybe not as a formal presentation at first, but just start talking and start feeling more relaxed, because everyone I've met in this field, any of these fields, and it's a lot of fields that relate to me, it seems like, but they're amazing. And I haven't been involved in any negativity on any one of them. People may have had a negative experience or a bad experience, but they can share that as It's not personal to anyone particular. It's just they're sharing an experience, and this is what's happened to me. And it's amazing how many other people have had similar experiences. I guess if I had something to say about all of it so far, if it was somebody new, feeling alone and wanting to jump into this world and not feel alone, I guess what I would say is, don't be afraid. It's going to be okay. It's getting a little cool. Get something a little more warm on. We're talking to you. All right, better. Anyway, all those ideas, that's not actually what I did. I have had a lot of experiences, almost daily in some cases, just a lot of various experiences. What I did was a bit different. Figures, huh? Figures? Bit different. I just pulled out my mobile phone and started recording videos. That's what I did. Back in 2019, I started getting these impressions and concepts in my head of put videos out of your experiences. Share them, basically. I refused. I mean, I was nervous. I'm not in this field. I'm alone. What are people going to think? Lock me away, put me in a straitjacket into an asylum because of what happened and I saw in my childhood. So I put them on a smaller video site, and then I started just recording videos. And I started learning again, going through another learning process, more trial and error, and the world started opening up. And then I heard the word starseed for the first time. And then I joined my first Zoom meeting. I'm not alone. I joined my first Zoom meeting. I was nervous. Boy, was I nervous. So very nervous. I didn't know what Zoom was. I thought maybe they could hear me speak. I didn't know there was a mute function. This was a formal presentation, so I wasn't even on camera. I had nothing to worry about. There was no worry whatsoever. All the microphones were muted. All the cameras were muted. It was just a formal presentation coming through. There was nothing to worry about. Next, I joined another group. More Zoom meetings. And this time, there were some cameras, but you can keep your camera turned off. You don't have to reveal yourself yet if you're uncomfortable about that. And just keep your camera off and just listen. And it's okay. There's a chat section. If somebody says something that you relate to, you can chat with them. Start off small. And that's what I did. Once I found these groups, started off small and started chatting, and then opened up from there. And don't worry about what people are going to think. I mean, it's natural to feel that way. I did. So it's natural. So if you get on these meetings and get out there and you start speaking, don't worry if you speak 1,000 miles per hour and don't even know what you said after you said it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Somebody had asked, I had shared one of my experiences just briefly, and they wanted to know more, and I was so nervous. I spoke so fast. Then after it was over, what did I just say? God, what happened? What just happened? Oh my gosh. I was so nervous. It gets better. And you know what? Everybody understood, because everybody's been in the same situation. Everybody understood. And they started opening up and sharing experiences about their first time to open up and what happened and how nervous they were. It's okay. It's all okay. It's going to be okay. So go ahead. Feel free to start opening up. You don't have to be alone. And I know what that's like to be alone for so very long. There's no need for it anymore. It's time. It is time. Time to come out of the closet. Time to help others by sharing your experiences. And I can kick things off on sharing experiences. I mentioned that in 2019, this concept images was saying, put videos out of your experiences. Do it now. The do it now got very loud, and I had to. So November 2019, I put out my very first Strange Happening. That's what I called it, Strange Happenings. I was alone. I didn't know what else to call it. So strange happenings. Put in my first one. And I used a very small video site based out of the United Kingdom because I was nervous. But you can find it at bitshoot.com/Don Hednell. You'll also find videos of generally country boy and things I do. But you'll find all my strange happening ones out there. If you're not comfortable using a smaller video site like that, I finally uploaded only the strange happening videos to YouTube. So you can go to that popular video site, YouTube, and search Don Hednell, and you'll find me there. I have grouped some playlists into like psychic stuff, guidance type stuff, different things. I even have playlists saying like the first set of videos, the second set of videos, so you can watch them in sequential order, going from number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can follow my journey as I'm learning. The first 53, I'm alone in the dark. I am creating videos for a nephew or a niece in case they have a child and they're born crazy like me. So that's who I'm talking to, is a future relative, a future family member. Now I'm realizing I think everybody's a family member. We're all family. So for a family member, in that Christmas of 2019, all my family got copies of videos on a flash drive, because that's what I'm thinking it's for. I didn't realize it was helping me to understand and grow and find others like me. So hopefully these will help you so you can look at them. But if you want to follow that, just watch them number 1 through the end of the strange happenings, and you can see the growth that one person who was alone in the dark went through. What happened, the way it worked for me to get to this point. You can also look on Rumble. There's rumble.com/Don Hednell. I put the strange happenings there as well. Actually, they're automatically uploaded from YouTube over there. So made it easy. But those experiences are out there. And what kind of experiences? Experiences like my memories from before I was born, starseed type experiences, telepathic type experiences, even just relating, how I even had one person tell me, "What are you doing? Are you reading my mind?" Telling me that directly to my face, then I lost that friend. So this is real world stuff that actually happened, trying to learn and grow through trial and error without a teacher. Empathic experiences, feeling what's happening to a person and finding out later that that thing actually happened. Seeing into the astral, doing lost soul retrieval before I even knew what it was. Just having these, what I call dark entities, teaching me how to do certain things, and then later finding out this was just family teaching me lessons, just teaching me how to do this, showing me how. Because I didn't have a physical teacher like this, so they were helping me. And you'll see that if you watch these videos. There's some clairaudience stuff in there, and these are experiences that I've gotten confirmation from, that I'm talking on a video that it actually happened, like one of the clairaudience events that happened, and then my mother sees the video, gets chills across her skin, and then tells me that what I was hearing and seeing in my mind actually occurred in the river in front of the homestead, what I call the Pink House. It actually occurred there. So I've gotten confirmation from all of this. And something else you might notice that seems a bit weird is, at least in 1 or 2 of the videos, I call it backward learning. At least for me, I don't know about you, but at least for me, it seems like I have these experiences and then I find out or get confirmation that it happened, or this is the thing that came in my mind, this is the way I'm seeing things. Like an example, one event seeing waves of light moving through the universe's consciousness, and it has something to do with gravity, and then reading it in a book. And I've got it on video first before I know anything from anything, and this is what I'm seeing and feeling, and then reading it. And then getting other confirmation from other people in these Zoom meetings saying, yes, they've heard about this noetic science stuff or whatever. And they've heard about this. And yeah, it seems to be confirming all of this. So something I call backward learning. I seem to have these experiences first and then find out about it later that this is a real thing. It's kind of odd. But I hope by sharing these experiences, you won't feel alone, that you'll feel more comfortable sharing your experiences and helping someone else. Because every time I hear from someone else, it helps me. It helps me feel less alone. It helps me feel more normal. There it is again. Less eccentric. So I'd love to hear from you one day, whoever you are, because I really like just to hear people's stories. And and it's not stories. Don't hate, but when people say, I want to hear your stories, like I just said, it's not. This is real. This is your experiences. They're not stories. It's not fake. These are your experiences. They're real. Oh, and see right there? See right there? Pet peeve, stories. Stories. It's not a story. It's real. It's not a pet peeve, really. It's just like it just caught my attention. It's like, yeah, I'm like everybody else. I do have pet peeves on certain things. When people lie to me, that's my number one pet peeve is people when they lie to me. Boy, that gets me. But yeah, everybody has these little pet peeves. Everybody does. I make mistakes. I do things wrong. I burn my finger on hot surfaces when I know I shouldn't be touching it. I'm just like you. And just like you, I've had some odd experiences as well. And hopefully by sharing those experiences, you can help someone else. And you never know. You may not see the results ever. That's okay too. But I truly believe by sharing your experiences, you are helping. You're helping other people realize that they're not alone either. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. At least it's a big deal for people who have felt alone all their life. It's a really big deal. It really is. So, perhaps one day I'll see you sharing your experiences. I really look forward to that. And I do believe that sharing experiences is extremely important. It helps people like me that were lost in the dark. Really helps. Really, really does. So I hope one day that you'll open up and share your experiences. I've got some of my experiences out here in video form. Something else I even did was I even wrote a book. It was called A Starseed Lost in the Dark. It's on Amazon. It's got even more experiences in here. And these aren't stories. These are experiences. I have changed names in some of the timelines around just kind of for copyright kind of stuff. But it goes through 5 sections. Childhood in that haunted house. It goes through high school, college, career, and retirement. Yeah. So there's resources out there. And you can do similar. Making videos on mobile devices is so easy today. It's so easy now to share your experiences. Hope one day to read or hear about yours. In summary, I've had a lot of experiences from starseeds and near-death experiences and walk-in and all the psychic abilities, dark entities, lost souls, writing light language. There have been a lot of experience with me that I never could understand until I started hearing other people share their experiences. This is why I'm passionate about this subject. It's because it hits personally to me. It is the most important thing that helped me wake up. That's it. Hope you have a great day. Check out some resources. Join some meetings. Find a group. Find someone to talk to. And share.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Galactic Ambassador Conference. My name is Viviane Chauvet, and I'm honored to be here as a speaker today. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as an advanced Octurian hybrid avatar, a published author, an international and multidimensional public speaker, creator of the Octurian Energy Matrix Healing and the Octurian Healing Arts, which is a 3-month program. I am an advocate for planetary ascension and emissary also for the Federation of Light, and I'm the owner of Infinite Healing from the Stars. I'm also the co-producer and the co-host of the Infinite Star Connection podcast. I have been a hybrid consultant for J3 Films documentaries, feature and a multi-award documentary, Extraordinary The Revelations. I have a book series on Amazon, a collaborative book series, and number one. I have spoken and given so many lectures around the country and even in other countries on ascension and the Octurian wisdom. It is truly a pleasure today to be here and to really share with you in a more heart-to-heart discussion level who I am and what brought this passion of being here on this earth as a projected earth human aspect. If many of you know my story, that I am an Octurian being in a hybrid form. And what it means is that I did project the soul aspect of myself into a perfectly built, constructed, and even engineered physical template, my physical form, so I can be here today. And so I invite you to also go to our website and browse the beautiful Ascension Library. We have videos of past interviews. We also have a library of free meditations that serve as tools to really supporting your journey. But you know what? The earth start to call an aspect of her heart, and when she start to, Mother Gaia start to emanate her heart energy and calling forth for help, for assistance, bringing also the frequencies of so many beings across the universe. And I know that you have answered the call as well, because you're listening to this right now. And I know you can feel it at the soul, the grand return of so many of us, beautiful intergalactic masters, advanced being of light, who have returned together in this community that we call humanity, in order to really bring forth the next frequency of ascension and allowing this natural evolutionary process to take place. And that really is dear to my heart, because as an Octurian being, we are also great guardians of life. We protect life. We honor life in all expressions, whether it's to this humanoid form or non-humanoid. We know that when you work with the intergalactic communities, you'll come across some life forms that will be very different from yours, meaning in shape and form. And for us, it's all about assisting life evolving back to Prime Creator, Supreme Intelligence, Supreme Universal Creative Force, as we call Creator. It is very much in that vein that we have also learned from our exhaustive history. As you think about the Octurians as a civilization, being millions of years old, and we have been in contact with your solar system for well over 3 million years already. Yes, 3 million years. And yet sometimes it feels like yesterday. And why? It's because there's no concept of time. There's no concept of time in the linear sense. So our invitation for you is also step outside of that preconceived program notion that time is linear, and to bring a more conscious approach to universal consciousness, to really feel how much you are in sync with everything there is. So getting to know who you are, redefining your relationship to yourself will be very much of a key. We all hear about spiritual awakening, ascension, quantum consciousness, activation of the 12th strand of the DNA, the quantum field of the DNA, and much more. But ultimately, it's more in terms of what it means to you. What does your reascension mean? And what we mean by that is reascending to a state of enlightenment, being conscious of your presence, how much you create, ripple effect, how much you affect everything around you, how much you affect everything even beyond this earth, whether it's the way you feel, the way you think, the way you talk, the way you generate energies. So it is time to step out of a very limited, linear, third density personality matrix or way of perceiving ourselves and life, and to see that ultimately there is such a beautiful correlation with all aspects of life. And as a galactic ambassador, even through Sheila's foundation, not program, but foundation of the galacticalliance.org, it is important to bring that kind of really advanced conscious way of living. So our passion is really to see life evolving beyond the limiting system, the transmuting of fear. That's a big one. The transmutation of the fear-based energy. Fear and light cannot coexist in the same reality. So when you feel like you are retracting yourself and your field of energy retract upon itself, then think about, what can I do to expand? And that expansion is truly through your heart. And your heart and also have this beautiful torial field or energetic field, if you want, that expand like a donut shape around you. And the more you're living in an expanded energetic way, the more resilient you become to the variation of energies, projection of others, lower form of entities, thoughts, intentions. It can be also the fluctuation to the electromagnetic field of the earth. Now we know the Schumann resonance, the earth heartbeat as she's shifting, the new transmission of frequencies, whether it's galactic frequencies, solar energies, and so forth. There's so much variation and movement of change. So it's important to remain fluid and adaptable in the way that we are shifting and riding the waves of change and expansion. And in fact, we have come together and created what's called the Nocturne Eating Arts program. It's a brand new 3 months program. It's a very ancient galactic way of approaching ascension and a conscious way to approaching to healing, rediscovering who we are. What is this big umbrella of healing really means? So we have created 3 levels. Level 1 is the body template upgrades for light body embodiment. Level 2, it's about the soul matrix repair and restoration. It's also called the cosmic eternal presence. It is truly the release of soul entanglements with other soul groups, whether it's your family, whether it's upbringing, whether it's on a planetary level, or even on the intergalactic level. It's about clearing genetics, lineages, clearing historical wounds, and understanding the mechanism of how our own soul language works. You feel, do you decode the language of your soul? That would be a big one. And level 3 is the quantum DNA field in the galactic level, where we bring the light code. So we explore more what the DNA in the quantum intelligence field is really about. This is a time where we elevate ourselves. So we build the foundational work. We bring soul energy. We fill our foundations with soul presence. And then from there, everything comes together. And we can create a new holographic field for ourselves and allowing ourselves to transform in an experiential way of transforming and shifting in higher vibrational ways. It's about feeling your own presence blossoming into your higher potential, embracing new soul aspect coming through, journey to the realm of your divinity, work with cosmic intelligence, creating also automatic writing space where we allow that creativity to open and allowing the secret language to come through and write it down. Ultimately for us, it's to help you cultivate higher frequencies and cultivate a higher state of presence. Are you here? Are you listening with your heart, with your soul? Or are you allowing the third density mental mind or the lower mind to dictate or filters what you are really receiving at a much higher level? Like right now, there's such a level of exchange of energetic energies, activations at the subtlety levels. So what we do is that we are communicating with you on a multidimensional level right here, right now. And listening also to your body consciousness. This is why it's bringing the soul, body, mind connections with the heart and the center. What does it mean to be in that alignment? It's a deep dive into your own inner universal self, connecting to the quantum field. Who are you beyond the mental questions? It's really allowing to be one with universal energy, universal presence, allowing a greater flow of divine life force energy to flow through you. So what we are doing, we're helping you to manifest new realities and shifting, unwinding from old mental constructs, subconscious construct, and everything that has really anchored humanity at a lower level. And it's important to clear also the history. For example, on a DNA level, to clear the energy of obedience to what seems to be a higher authority. That's a big one. And that brings us back to the point of the Anunnaki, reptilian energies, Orions, and so forth, authority figure, a higher presence, fearing God. Lots of people have this energy of being afraid of Prime Creator. Well, you are part of Prime Creator. There's nothing to fear, but there's everything to love and re-embrace. So the embodiment of your supreme I am presence guides you in that directions, in the manifesting of new realities. It's a re-emergence into new form of rediscovering who we are, to feel also the galactic core and those energy transmission coming through. I love working with the solar frequencies. And I know many of you may have heard me say that before, but the presence, the energy about the solar energy is really amazing. And you can travel in your light body consciousness through the secret corridor of the solar energies and be in the presence of so much beautiful solar light beings and guardians that can help you. This is why it's called embracing also your solar consciousness. And that's a beautiful one, a solar consciousness. Imagine ultimately living without fear. What would you be co-creating, co-manifesting right here, right now? And it's the grand return of what we call your avatar self, the greatest gift of light that goes beyond any form of paradigm and reality and seemingly possibilities of we transcending with this. So when we work with you through our Arcturian knowledge, ancient wisdom, holographic technology, consciousness. We have a way to transfer energy and do transmission, transmission in a way that it really is in resonance with the uniqueness of your own blueprint and the soul design, because you are here by soul design ultimately. So this very much about re-embracing every day in every aspect the multidimensional nature of your cosmic divine self. I'll say that again, embracing your multidimensional nature as a cosmic divine self, divine being. Deep breath, everyone. You feel already the tone shifting, the energy moving. Everything that we do, it's an experience. Everything that we do is an invitation. So we are really thrilled to help you to usher in a new paradigm where you put yourself in the middle of this new paradigm. You listen, you become the embodiment of it, and then it becomes a permanent way of living. The same thing with your DNA or your cellular structure, whether it's your consciousness, everything allows you to become the light and the light become you. That's what you share with others, whether you're unconscious of it, whether it's through your energy transmission, whether it's your heart tones. Yes, your heart transmit tones, language, and you are becoming the light transmitter. You're the one bringing into this beautiful transmission of light. And of course, everything that you're holding within you, that includes your belief systems. So the more you're releasing, even on the body conscious level, negative imprints, frequencies, attachments, misalignment, maybe some aspect of teaching or core values that you took on, even from your ancestors, your genetic lineage, parents, upbringing, cultural background. You're allowing yourself to release that so that your cells can hold new codes of light. Your cells, your bones, whether it's in the bloodstream, to the nervous system, which is the gateways of your light. The gateways of your light. I like that. It just came to me very spontaneously right now. It's the restoration of who you are, ascending into higher dimensional experiences. This is what it is. Moving from third density to fifth dimensional. It's simply engaging into higher vibrational experiences, which allows you to move into the new dimensions. I know it sounds very simplified right now, but if you listen to it very much so, you'll feel how much this is very much in resonance. And so today we come to you as a gentle activation, allowing you to feel that it is safe for you to reclaim your power, to feel your own presence, and to clear any form of entanglements, whether it's the heart, your mind, your body, allowing yourself to move into new conscious of reality, redefining time as you are giving consciousness of higher existence. You're part of a intergalactic, interdimensional communities of light. So it's about listening to new tones. Some of you are sensitive to tones, frequencies, vibrational languages, the fractal of sound that is a continuation that vibrates through you, and then your body decodes the energy and retransmits through to the quantum communication of your holistic system. So this is very much about where we are today, healing the body, healing the history, rewriting history into higher consciousness. It is time for Gaia, Mother Terra, and all of the human race, including all sentient life forms, which means the animal kingdom, the plant nations, the tree nations, and all of the sentient life form coexisting with you. It is time to return to your divine blueprint. It is time to ascend beyond the third density, polarity, fragmentation. And it's time to get off the wheel of reincarnation. It's no longer needed to repeat multiple lifetimes to learn your lessons. It is time to move beyond. So we're creating a new frame of reference for life, a new form of experiences. Creating a new frame. Is that amazing? I'm telling you, there's so much energy coming through me right now. We feel today that we have shared very much the core essence of what brings us passion, the protection of life, elevations, to see you happy, fulfilled. More than a human concept, it's becoming more of a virtue of understanding what true fulfillment and true happiness is about. So happy rediscovering, happy exploration. Let yourself explore to feel. And most importantly, stay connected to you. Stay connected to your heart, to your beauty, your grace, who you are. Elevate yourself every day. Walk this earth as giants of light that you really are, fully empowered, and says, I'm going to rediscover the full spectrum of my true abilities. And that's our invitation. Again, my name is Viviane Chauvet on behalf of my Arcturian delegations and so many beautiful delegations of light. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. How to find us? The best way is through our website, which is infinitehealingfromthestars.com. That is infinitehealingfromthestars.com. And I'm sure all the links will be provided to you. Thank you for accepting your mission. Thank you for being on the planet. Remember that you are the one who brings very specific anchoring of light, and your own uniqueness has no equal. So trust and walk in the certainty of your light. Much love, everyone. We shall see each other again. Namaste.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Cory, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darlene Vandigriff, and I'm here to speak with you today about connecting to our multidimensional selves. I want to give a shout out to Sheila and her team first for having us on today and having this amazing work that she has done through this past few years in bringing us together. I am a medical intuitive, which also includes being a teacher, an author, an artist. I'm an applied kinesiologist, a certified Imago counselor, a nutritional counselor, and I also work with matrix energetics. Aside from that and everything that I have been up to this point, I'm here to speak about my work and my integration with and relationships with multidimensional beings for over 35 years. That integration process contains the Council of 12, which emerged through 25 years or 30 years into the Council of 28. And then in the last several months, they evolved into one consciousness and one voice that includes many multidimensionals, many factions, ambassadors, and members of the Galactic Federation. They will be known in this time moving forward in this particular expansion and evolution as the evolutionists, or they call themselves the evolves. The Council of 28 was made up of 28 various species with individual timelines, individual histories. They are just like us. That is one thing that you need to know in your communication and your understanding of multidimensionalities, is that these beings are much like us because they are us, whether that's in the past or the future. They have families, they have emotions, they have purpose, they have hardships, losses, wins, and missions. So they are extremely human in the way that they live their lives, even if they don't look like us. So it's important to know that to push our fears aside, if you've been asking for connection, if you've been meditating and asking for connection for your multidimensional beings to come in, you just need to know that they may not look exactly like us or human at all. And they cannot exist in that field of fear. So if you're asking for connection, if you're asking for a visitation, they can be two different things. You know, asking for one and getting it can be something entirely different for you. So whether it's in your mind's eye or literal, when the visitation comes, it's most important that if they don't look like us, if they don't look like you, if it's a little alarming for you, is to try your best to stay present, to breathe, to find a place of neutrality, and stay out of the fear-based concepts that we've been taught. I would also encourage you that if you feel like you have fear-based concepts of ETs, multidimensional spirit beings, you know, your guidance system, if you have fear-based issues with that or beliefs about that, is to take a look at it before you even ask for visitation, so that you can clear those timelines and clear those confining beliefs. It may be also your advantage that in doing so, it will open your heart. It will open your heart and you'll be in a more neutral place. I can't tell you how many clients have asked for visitation, including my mother, who asked for months of visitation. And when she finally got it, there was such a terror for her in that they finally arrived. And she had that not in mind's eye, but she had that visitation in person. So staying focused, staying clear, asking, you know, what you want from them, being in that space of both clarity and neutrality will open you up to having more connection, open you up to having more conversation. Okay. And if you've already had a connection, if you had a visitation, if you had something that happened in the middle of the night in a dream state, and they left because you broke the connection, just know that they are looking for connection with us. This is not something that they're just going to say, oh, you know, we won't come back to them. They will, but it has to come from a heartfelt place of you wanting connection and you appreciating the fact that they are doing their best to come into our lives with a connection. When I was talking about the fact that they all look different, when I was working with the Council of 28, I'm like 5 years into it. And before I brought them on the road, so to speak, I brought them into groups for people to see them because they were so varied in their appearance. They had asked me to paint a painting of them individually, and I did. If you're interested in that, if you're interested to see who the Council of 28 is, there is a YouTube that you can contact me on soulunion.com, and I would be happy to share it with you. So in the final piece of relieving your fear level, just know that you cannot attract what is not yours. You cannot open yourself up. There's got to be a truth. There's got to be an element. There's got to be a thread in some piece of you that connects to what you're attracting. And that includes your multidimensional beings. Those beings that are part of you, in essence, come to you because there is a thread. If there's no thread, you're not going to attract it. So I believe that channelers and mediators, as myself, they will develop a relationship. They develop an integration over time with their particular being or their collective. And my first introduction to a multidimensional being was Elie Wiesar. He emerged as an internal voice. Interesting enough, he emerged as an internal voice when I was listening to the recording that my mother had when she felt that she was abducted. And that was in a class where I was asked to listen to it in my own time, because I was not part of that class. So in that space of listening to that, there was that voice that rose up. And it was like, we did not do that. I did not do that, because she was in terror. In that process of listening to that and having that voice come up, what I found and started channeling was Elie Wiesar. Elie Wiesar is from Malbec. In that time that synchronicity in my life, I had met a group of people that were clients, and they were from upstate New York, and I was from Pennsylvania at the time. And they were part of his crew. They were part, and some of them were his family. And he was coming in to heal that timeline for himself. So that was his first emergence, is coming in so that he could heal that timeline. Eleazar is a reptilian, and he's a defector, and he's a refugee from the reptilian species. So that was both a surprise to me and a gift, because he offered so much more for me in my healing and my healing abilities. So I channeled him until his mission was completed, which took a few years. And during that time, he introduced me to the Council of 12, which is actually really 9 members, 9 individual members, and there was 3 seats that were left open for visitation. We worked in a council room that is a cosmic facility for teaching. And so there was 3 seats that were always left open in case there was a visitation from somebody that was not on the council, that they could come and they could speak. When Ellie's mission was completed, I decided to not channel. I felt like I let his energy in as an integration process, knowing that he was part of me, but the other council members, many of them were not me, and I chose not to do that. I wanted to be more present. I wanted to be more participating in what was happening. And so I chose not to channel him. And I became a mediator in that council. And I continue today to both be a mediator and a translator for many multidimensional beings. But Ellie's experience opened the doors for me to have more abilities for connection. You know, when they come in, when your multidimensional being comes in, there is a part that they will have gifts. They were going to have wisdom. They're going to have talents. They're going to have something that you created in that lifetime about who you are that they can share. So you not only get an experience of life in a different way through their eyes, but you also can see how they see humanity, which is might be very different for each of the multidimensionals, as I have found with 28 of them. So as humans, we're considered an access point for these multidimensionals. Our past and our future is one. And it's up for us to, in our desire, in our willingness, and our curiosity, and our love for our planet, and for humanity, to shift our frequencies on all levels so that we can become the best access point that we can be. In my first 25 years of working with them and understanding them, what that was about for me was releasing old patterns, old faulty beliefs. It extracted me from relationships that no longer served me, and it moved me from Pennsylvania to upstate New York. And that brought me into a deeper understanding of in my intuition, being able to read energy through my hands, receiving and sending energy, both personally and in my career, was part of what happened in that 25 years with the first Council of 12. Then when I met the Council of 28, which merged into that was the first 5 years. It was an ongoing journey, sometimes months at a time, nightly, where they wanted me to write. So for 4.5 years, maybe 5 years, I wrote consistently about what they were offering me. This was a deep dive into exploring my past timelines and Earth's timelines that influenced humanity's evolution. So their integration, their connection with me allowed me to expand. It allowed me to expand my consciousness, my energy field. It gave me comfort and assurance in my own personal life and in my career, because they worked with many of the individuals that they still work with today. They come and go. And also in my work, I connect with your multidimensional so that you can have a different experience of who you are. This also holds true for bringing forward in dimensions, that when you are walking into a dimensional world, it can pull you into your past lives. Most likely it will. Unfinished business. You know, what is it, the timelines that needed to be released or healed or integrated so that you can evolve in a more fuller way, so that you can participate in what Earth is going through right now, to be the person that you need to be to complete the mission that you might have taken on before you got here. Our karmic lessons are repeated over and over again. And that's what we're in right now. We are in these karmic lessons so that we can, and they're bubbling forward on the planet as we speak. Okay. What they are asking us is to accept and allow all that we are and all that we have been. So our perceptions, our beliefs are a stronghold for all of our choices that we make in this lifetime. And by looking at what you believe and where those beliefs came from, where did they stem from? Are they yours? Do they serve you or don't they? It's a core of what the Evolve's mission has been and is, and it is to clear humanity of our unfinished business in all these lifetimes that we have accumulated. They also call this the time of the Great Divide. It's a time that's been foretold about Earth in this time, in this calamity or this chaos that we are feeling right now. It is also the karmic loop that keeps us trapped and overloaded with unfinished business that has been part of our history. Our choices that we've made to reincarnate, to make restitution for the things that we have done or have been done to us, in the harm that we've created, in the ill wishes that we created towards others, it's insurmountable now in how much we have to deal with and where that's coming from, because our population has increased and they know that. And for them to help us is actually helping them. So our accountability through these many generations has fallen short in what is unfinished and what is surfacing. And we are now in a period of the Great Divide where these emotions that are bubbling up that we see on a daily basis in our news and media are ramping up. They're ramping up in this period so that we can handle them, that we can rectify them, that we can assure ourselves that we are free from the past beliefs. What they want to do for us is to share the multidimensionals. They want to share with us their energy, their gifts, and their wisdoms. They cannot interfere with us. They cannot intervene. And so when we invite them, they are not then seen as rebelling against the law of non-interference. So we're inviting them in to participate. They are not interfering with us. They are not intruding on us. Okay. I see that as a loophole. I see it as a loophole in the cosmic order of things, that it's a loophole and it's a gift for the universe so that we can have a better outcome for humanity in the path that we're in. So how do we begin with multidimensionals? We begin by creating a space of availability without judgment, without blockages, without negativity. And that's where looking at our beliefs come in of is there any negativity? Is there any blockages that we have about anything? Because it will disturb our energy field. It will disturb our chakras. It embeds in, and then we can go into fear more readily. So early in my work with the Council of 12, I was given the 7 seeds. Those 7 seeds are acceptance, allowance, trust or commitment, trust, truth, co-creativity, and integrity. These principles, these 7 principles, have become a way of life for me, and it's what I teach others and how I work with clients, okay? And what it does is it gives us a higher consciousness for connection. So being conscious means that it elicits an interest, a curiosity, an excitement in all that we are. And it frees us from the programming that we've had, that this is our reality, this is our truth, that we don't have a choice in creating our reality, that we are stuck with what we are in right at this moment. So in order to do so, accepting what we know to be the truth may not be all there is. In fact, I can guarantee you it is not all that there is. So we want to explore those questions. We want to ask questions. We want to see where we believe in and use that ability, use our thinking ability, our critical thinking ability, our discernment to say, what is it about the reality that we are living in that doesn't suit me? You know, what is it? What is your heart resonating with? What do you know to be your truth, not someone else's truth? And when you do so, watch what happens. Synchronicity in your life is going to increase. You're going to have more questions. You're going to blend and expand and want more knowing. And when you do that, then the law of attraction kicks in along with the synchronicity. And that's what shows up for us, what resonates with us the most, what resonates with our new thoughts and beliefs. And in doing so, that allows us to emerge more into a multidimensional dimension. So it is through that our frequency and our vibration that all this begins to shift. As we become more aware, as we are allowing and accepting, we can move into the flow of consciousness. We have a knowledge of our own truth, and it becomes more obvious because it shows up in our lives. Our dreams, our lucid dreams, our gut feelings, our telepathy, our innate wisdom all expands at that point. It expands into places and guides us through into our commitment. And our commitment is to who we are and what we know and what we are becoming. It is not a commitment to anyone else or anything else. It's a commitment to our sovereignty, to be more multidimensional, to be more of everything that we know that we can be. So even if you don't know personally, you know, who you are or where you're going or your choices in the future, the commitment is about you're committed to doing whatever it takes to have you in a more full position, to be a more full human, to experience all in life that you need to experience to get to where you want to get to when you take your last breath. So without that commitment, multidimensionals cannot assist in our evolution. It opens up our channels. You know, it opens up our wants and our needs and our desires to them, for them to join with us, for them to participate in our life more fully. So trust, the next one as a seed, is a substantial issue for humanity. We have been lied to for centuries about who we are and where we've come from. We've experienced that what it is to not trust in our governments and our authority figures. And this is the time period that this is designed to do that. What is it designed to do? To wake us up, to question what has been created, and to discern the truth from lies. So encouraging yourself to reach out, reach in and reach out for the trust that you have in who you are. That is a core issue with humanity as well. We've been robbed of trusting ourselves because we handed over our authority, our sovereignty, to those who gladly took it. And they took it, why? Because they wanted power over us. They wanted power over all beings. It's not just humanity. There are beings out there that want power, and we've handed it over to them. So opening our hearts to allow and to trust and to embrace in our commitment, then we are becoming more multidimensional. Our commitment opens the doors for them to assist us, but trusting puts out our hand for their assistance. And that's what's needed. They need to know that we're on board, that we're committed, that we are aligned, that we want more for ourselves. Truth is a reality in the next 7 seeds that has many shades. It's our perceptions, it's our beliefs, it's our social constructs, religion, culture, all plays a part in what our reality is, but is it our truth? You know, that's where our heart-based resonance is most important. What is our heart-based truth in something that needs to be acknowledged every day, in every moment? Every decision that you make is what is your heart saying about that decision? We are seen not only as access points, but we are seen as spiritually evolved light forces to the multidimensional self, because we search for truth every day. We are made to search for truth every day, and it brings us one step closer to our consciousness and our integrity. When we feel, when we resonate, when we embrace our truth, I'll tell you, the doors and the floodgates will open for the multidimensionals to come in, because we are embracing all that we are. And speaking our truth assures us that we are indeed aligned and choosing with ascension. Ascension exists on all dimensions. It is not a destination. It is not a place that you go and you say, oh, I have ascended. It is a place of continual evolution. All the beings that I have worked with through the many years have gone through evolution, including the Council of 12 that went to the Council of 28 that are now called the evolves. So when multidimensionals become more available, what happens with them is they want to co-create. That is the sixth of the seven seeds, is they want to co-create with us because that is the most valuable thing that they can do. In that process of co-creation, we are connected energetically, we are connected emotionally, and we are connected physically so that they can collaborate, they can promote, they can reside with us because by that time we have developed a relationship with them. So on this journey through the process of seven seeds, you are creating a new integrity, a new vibration in this co-creative process. So when in that vibration, that new vibration, it's like a new personality. It's a new part of you. It's a new way that you resonate. It's a new way that you carry through your life. You know, it's how you relate to people. It's how you speak and what you believe and what you know. And when you accept all of that, the allowance, the commitment, the trust, and you're moving into that possibility of working with multidimensionals, the fact is that we are all one, and they will help us to expand. They have a vision of the new earth. It's a place that many reside with their multidimensional selves in a co-creative process to make a better future for humanity by knowing the truth of who we are, who we were, and who we are becoming. It's a place of acceptance and allowance where we are committed to a brighter future and that we hold our own truth and trust ourselves as well as others to stay true to the commitment of becoming all that we are. So the evolution of humanity, what we need to understand is this evolution of humanity is happening now. It's how we want to participate in it, not if we participate in it. So when I work with them, when I speak with them, their consistent message is for us is that they honor our choice of coming to Earth, our choice to seed Earth, our choice to be present in this time of the Great Divide. They know our sacrifices that we made in doing that. We may not know them, but they know them, and they know the hardships and the chaos that we are experiencing in this time period. But remember, maintaining neutrality, having a neutral state in a place of conflicts or conflict or confrontation, that it assures a more positive outcome. When you meet opposition with something that isn't inflammatory, when you meet it with a place of security and neutrality, it is not a place of not action. Neutrality is not about not taking an action. It's just void of the emotions that contribute to either drama and trauma. A stand of neutrality is a place that takes a lot of practice. It's clearing old patterns. It's clearing your old beliefs. Life becomes much easier when you clear what has made you today that no longer serves you. So for some people, that fight, that conflict is what is desired. They like to push against it, okay? But if you stand up and align with your truth, and that fight will lose its power. And neutrality will find that is found in the heart surpasses the attempt to engage the mind in conflict. The evolved stand firm in their heart and mind conviction that we can hold steady in this moment of chaos. They've seen it through species and other similar circumstances, and even in their own evolution, that the chaos precedes the calm. In any creative process, and I know that as an artist, that the elements of the unfinished project, before they're exposed, there can be chaos, there can be disarray, there can be sometimes even devastation before that final outcome is revealed. Their one statement continually through the book is all in universal time, and that is what they follow. So they're offering our services today to assist in a way that promotes a timely outcome to keep humanity intact. I appreciate my time with you. I want to explain that journey of the 28 members that we spoke about earlier is now a book series that's entitled Multidimensional Chronicles, Expansion from Within. Book one should be released in the late spring of 2023. And what that's about is their timelines, their integration process, their understanding of humanity and the evolution that humanity has gone through and what has Earth has gone through, so that you can see and witness not only in their eyes, but also as the reader. You can contact me on soulunion@soulunion.com. I also have a podcast with my colleague, Melissa Waterman, and I run a Cosmic Traveler group that meets every month, the third Sunday of the month, where we work with these evolves in what is the white space now, not the council room, and we heal ourselves and the planet. So I thank you for joining me today, and remember to be well, and remember that you know more than you know.
Hello, thank you so much for having me a part of this incredible organization. It is an honor to be a part of CAN and also the Galactic Alliance. The Galactic Alliance is really an incredible organization that comes at a time that is essential and paramount for us to transcend the limitations of our mind into unity consciousness, into a way of interconnecting, into a way of looking beyond the veil of the physical, into the interdimensional. And this is actually what I'm going to talk to you about today. My name is Geraldine Orozco. I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I specialize in something called epigenetic psychotherapy. I love to study the effect of our emotions and sound frequency waves on our DNA, long-term effects, how it affects and how we are affected by generational trauma, and how the human encapsulates into this physical vessel as they are born in conception into life. And the agreements that are made at the time of birth for the life that it's going to have. Everything is encoded in our DNA, and not only has research shown, but through my work and by traveling in these astral fields, navigating the field simultaneously, we begin to understand and paint a picture that this universe is more than just an illusion, perhaps, that is limited to the physical. We are an interdimensional construct. Each human plays an incredible role in the co-creation of what we know as the matrix. And all of that is an expression of what is encoded in the root program of co-creation known as DNA. Our genetics hold the key to everything that we have been and everything that we have the potential of becoming. And it is within this incredible concept of simultaneity that we are existing in this present timeline, but at the same time, simultaneously in other dimensional planes, meaning that we are experiencing past lives, future lives, and seen through the filter of time that we have constructed as humans, which don't necessarily apply for these dimensions. And so, of course, as we know the basics of our dimensions, we ourselves, this multidimensional organism known as the physical body, is actually made up of those dimensions. Within the layers of our field exist these dimensional layers, and all of which is encoded in the genetic data of this organism. And we can access that information in many different ways. We can affect and edit that information through our understanding of epigenetics and the effect of our environment and the world around us. But we can also shift and change timelines as we begin to integrate and activate higher faculties to allow us to master the physical realm from a higher perspective. The higher vibrational frequency, the higher octave we are able to activate in our multidimensional body, the higher dimensional layer, field of the body that we are able to access in our body, also simultaneously activates DNA, holographic DNA. And it is through the activation of these intuitive faculties that we can almost remote view, learn, read, and write this holographic DNA, which will help a human in their everyday life. And this is information that I discovered during several years of deep diving in meditation and through the activation of psychic abilities being able to navigate these realms to understand each layer of the body, the information that it contains, how we access that information, and how we can use that information. And of course, looking at discernment, the laws of free will, and taking us to the next step of understanding interdimensional contact, which is very much what our organization is about, understanding the connection to the stars and vice versa, ourselves within those stars. So what I have found, not only through this internal deep dive, but also by working with several of my clients through hypnotherapy and this psychosomatic work, going deep into the layers of emotions, is that we hold imprints, memory imprints, holographic memory imprints that are imprinted within the several layers of the body. And when we learn how to access and pinpoint the root cause of these emotional imprints in the body, we begin to uncover many fractals of ourselves that have been created through these situations, memories, scenarios in many points throughout our life. And we are made up of these points as if a network of information. We have the ability of accessing all these points in our field in order to learn deeper truths about ourselves, our purpose, our connections to our family, why we incarnate in our family, why we play the role that we play, the purpose of our lives, and why we are attracted to certain careers and the work that we're here to do. And more importantly, the soul's existence and the purpose for the soul and the role that it plays in the greater whole. So all of this is information that is available through you when you learn to read your own holographic DNA by navigating the ranges of your own dimensional layers. And this information seems as if it's something very complicated, but it's actually very simple. There is a formula to utilizing the technology of the human body in order to be able to access this information. The first step is by training our intuition. The intuition is trained by connecting mind and body. Many of us that have been born into fragmentation, which is the nature of this reality, as we experience duality in the three-dimensional plane, fragmentation is what occurs to the soul when it experiences any sort and any level, any density of trauma. It begins to fragment, and it can fragment in smaller clusters of information or very multiple fractals of information. And what that means is that as a result of trauma, the soul becomes suspended energetically in a timeline that becomes a reference point in your energetic field. And when we have a lot of trauma, it creates an accumulation of information that we keep referring back to every moment in our everyday interactions. Our brain functions like a filing cabinet. And the filing cabinet will look through the information that is similar to the scenario that you're experiencing, pull from that information and apply to that present moment in order to allow you to respond, act, behave, protect yourself, defend yourself, or enhance the situation that's occurring. But when that filing cabinet does not have that information, it creates a traumatic disconnect. And energetically and electromagnetically in the body, there is a stagnation of movement in your life force field. And that stagnation creates a very dense frequency that creates the suspended timeline within the field. So this creates a point of reference that you now call trauma. And we experience many moments of trauma throughout our lives, especially as children. From the womb, from the time of conception to the moment of 7 years of age, we are programming informational, emotional informational data that make up who we are, which then produces what we know as a personality. And this personality essentially becomes the navigation tool for our lives. And more likely after the age of 7, a personality, a very strong personality, begins to solidify in the person. And we go through a second phase when we go through puberty, activating the sexual life force creation systems in the body. And this is when the human goes through different stages of their development into a very unique, very powerful instrument of co-creation. We co-create in the infancy until in this childhood energetically through vibrational frequency. And after puberty, we begin to co-create into the physical realm. In later years, after we have already integrated our sexual energy into our late adulthood, early adulthood, we have an opportunity for the integration of these two aspects of ourselves, the mental, emotional, and the physical. And this usually becomes distorted by our environment by many ways, by social media, by music, by sound, by frequency patterns that are moving in and around us that can distort the natural connection to nature and the natural movement of energy through our bodies. And we cultivate that natural connection and movement in our bodies by generating a deep connection to nature. So the more we are connected to nature, the more we can generate this organism, this instrument, which is very much an incredibly powerful vortex that creates a pool of life force of co-creation in multiple dimensional layers. So the more that a human trains their intuition at an early age, they begin to really reconnect the neural pathways that strengthen psychic abilities. And psychic foundation is essential for the forming of our higher faculties. The higher faculties are those which we are utilizing in dream time, or when we are sleeping and navigating out of body in dream time and navigating in the astral plane. We have the opportunity of moving in these dimensional layers of our own field. Everything is, the concept of you are the universe is very real in a sense that we are holding the universe within the body, both metaphorically and also psychologically, physically, and biochemically. We are holding in this life force the ability to navigate, co-create, and experience all dimensional layers. So the more that we cultivate these higher faculties, we have the ability of navigating these higher dimensions in dream time. And the use and the preservation and the cultivation of our sexual energy, of our life force energy, which is emotional energy. Okay, so there are many different kinds of life forces that we produce: sexual, emotional, and electromagnetic. So all of these work together in creating the field and in the co-creation of our experiences. When we understand that our DNA is a holographic database from which we pull information on how to respond to experiences, we begin to understand that we have much more power in the creation of our everyday life experiences. Illnesses that we embody, relationship blockages in finances, understanding our purpose and who we are in this world is all available for you within this body. In fact, as we cultivate a very strong meditation practice, we begin to create and grow the gray matter in the brain, which then grows the gray matter in the spinal cord that allows an ability to create a strong structure of transduction in the body. We are biochemical, but more so bioelectrical. And this bioelectrical, biochemical system functions in a way that we have the ability to transmute these low vibrational frequency emotions into a high vibrational frequency emotion. In fact, our entire life is an opportunity for alchemization. As we are embedded in our DNA and at the time of birth through your universal astrological photograph of everything and the energies in the universe that create who you are designed to create a template of the experiences that you're going to have in life. So the families that you incarnate into and everything that makes up what you think is your personality is a product of inherited and and influence of energies, both cosmic and earth energies that create who you are. So once we begin to meditate, we begin to face, these begin to surface, we begin to become aware of these programs that we have within us. The deprogramming process is a process of profound awareness that we can utilize in order to become aware of those programs that we hold within us. The fears, the triggers, the anxieties, the doubts, all of the programs of separation that we hold within us are an illusion temporarily that we experience through everyday life experiences. And they are also going to be opportunities for us to transmute from the illusion of separation into unity, everyday experiences, but also interdimensionally. So as we are moving in this incredible evolutionary cycle in which the veils are thinning until 2024, 2024 being the foundation of major changes on this earth, but into 2030, we are creating and opening a new world in which the human will have more vision into the interdimensional layers of our reality. And based on your vibrational frequency, based on your astrological sign, based on the way that you cultivate your life force, you will be able to access this information more focused, more focused. This is why learning how to navigate interdimensionally is incredibly important at this time, because it allows us to understand that when you become conscious in your dream state, such as practicing lucid dreaming, you are practicing what you have been practicing in your waking state. Becoming lucid and awake in waking state then goes into the dream state, and it becomes a very powerful tool of conscious awareness and discernment, and especially the activation of our free will. Humans are not able to access free will if they are in constant states of hypnosis, disconnected, and unconscious. So it's really important for the human to activate these dormant aspects of themselves by creating full body awareness. As we begin to look at these physical bodies, the form of co-creation in the physical body, we are made up of many layers. And these layers of information that are like fields around us become like orbs that extend from the center of our body, that are created in the DNA and through the spinal cord, the nervous system, the layers of the body that then project out into a holographic field that make up the root, sacral, solar, heart, throat, third eye, into infinite layers of our body above and below us. But the ones that we primarily utilize in this matrix in the physical realm is the first three chakras. These are the areas that are connected to our sexual organs and our sexual life force, which is the primordial life force of creation that human is available to access. The sacral chakra, which is the energy of sexual creation and co-creation, also creates the ability to manifest in this world. The root chakra is primarily the chakra of safety, of feeling embodied, the ability to embody fully into the physical vessel so that we can create. The seed of life, which is created by the masculine in the root, is nurtured and gestated in the sacral by the female. And the solar plexus being the emotional translator of vibrational frequency. So everything that we experience in the world is filtered through these three first layers of the body. These develop until the third age of our lives, and we begin to create this vigorous life force, which is known as the Dantian, the lower Dantian. When these three bodies of your physical creation and emotion are integrated fully through the deprogramming of false inversions of emotions, false inversions of separation, and false inversions of co-creation, the human is able to cultivate powerful cultivation of life force in the lower Dantian. And this becomes the empowerment of human. In other words, when a human cultivates a balance between its emotions, its sexual energy, and its ability to embody, it can become a powerful, powerful manifester. But it doesn't really begin to affect the physical until it integrates this with the higher faculties of the body. And those would be the heart, the throat, and the third eye of the body, which are the layers of the higher faculties. The heart being one of the strongest fields of the body, which are the first of the higher faculties that interconnect with every living organism on this earth through coherence. And this incredible field of coherence is what integrates the higher and the lower. The throat chakra being the balance between the feminine and masculine energies that then create the balance of integration of the sexual energy with our spiritual self, with our soul. And the intuition, which is the ability to translate and speak the language of frequency in all dimensional layers, is essentially the navigation of intuition that helps the human know how to navigate the physical realm in the way that it's the highest and most productive for itself. So these being the lower, the middle, and the upper dantian, then connect with the master center of co-creation, which is in the 7th and 8th chakra. The 7th and 8th chakra is also known as the DNA of the earth. It is known as the Akashic records, and it is the higher holographic DNA of our physical body. It's where our higher DNA is stored in our body and where we can access information about past lives, our ancestors, and also our interdimensional future selves. Now, to go deeper into the interdimensional aspects of ourselves, those are self-organized in the higher dimensional layers from the 9th to the 13th up until infinity, until once again we return back to source, which is all, which is the white light, in which all spectrum of colors, which we are fractalized here as these colors, become one. Essentially, the human is always white light. It is always a union. It is always a unification with the universe. Our ability to navigate these dimensional planes in dream time help us uncover the records of ourselves, the experiential agreements that we have made to experience through this temporary vessel, but also allow us to understand the temporary agreements that we have made to experience in other vessels, which manifest in these other dimensional layers. These might be our archetypes that are These are the archetypes that are our interdimensional aspects of ourselves. Now, we have the ability of accessing this information by going deep in reading through our holographic DNA, but essentially, we very much look like we very much look like these giant fields of information in which we are experiencing, give me a moment, all these timelines simultaneously. They do also affect and influence our current timeline because we meet one another in these dimensional layers. Fractals of ourselves that are self-organized through archetypes are aspects that we meet and we interact with in this current state. So our experience in this life is a very powerful opportunity for us to really access and uncover everything that we are. As we begin to activate these higher layers, we embody unity consciousness. And the more that we elevate our vibrational frequency by unifying our ability to navigate these many dimensions of ourselves, we also change in how we are affecting this physical realm by states of co-creation. When we are in lower states of co-creation, in states of survival, we absolutely are in states of separation. As we begin to unify and become aware of our interdimensional aspects, we begin to come closer to a unity consciousness. So this is why interdimensional navigation is very important. Those of you that have ET contact, those of you that have discovered that you're part of hybridization programs, and in fact, many of us, and perhaps all, are a part of the hybridization program, as we ourselves are descendants of this hybridization program. As the nature of this self-organizing organism, we have embedded within our DNA our alien blood types, alien DNA, which is what we activate when we encounter interdimensional contact. When we encounter beings or species of other dimensional layers, we are activating DNA that allows us to access that information. And so in order to be able to navigate them in a way that is harmonious and conducive for our expansion, we always have to remember that it depends completely on us, on our creator state. If we are in survival, our interactions in these interdimensional layers will be distressing, they will be separation, they will be expressions of powerlessness and helplessness. But when we begin to shift the perspective into a higher awareness, and perspective in this case is biophysical, it's not just a thought of that, it is the embodiment of unity consciousness. It is the removal of fear programs in the body through deprogramming and the unification of unconditional love as an embodied state of being that allows you to change perspectives biophysically, biochemically, bioelectrically, which makes you in resonance with aspects of your DNA that are activated and experienced through your dream state. So you might be able to become aware of yourself navigating in 10th dimension, 11, 12, 13 dimensional layers, all of which allow you to become aware of yourself and navigate these realms. So this navigation in dream state is incredibly important and allows the human to be able to access higher faculties and higher abilities in your realm. For this important navigation, intention is incredibly important, and the intention is clarified through the deprogramming of separation in your core subconscious programming systems. Intention is informed by repetitive patterns from our genetic database. If you are inheriting programs of war, programs of separation, fear, and anxiety through your genetics, through family lineages, and inheriting this into your own children, you are reinforcing these programs not only within yourself, within your biophysical organism, but also into the field and into the next generation. So you choose timelines by your epigenetic activity and choices. Please understand that your epigenetic influence is not only subject to your physical body, but because you are the co-creator and because the entire universe exists within yourself and with each individual human participates in changing and creating timelines of union, wellness, and higher unity consciousness. Okay, so as we come into a more neutral state, the key to the navigation in these higher dimensional planes is neutrality. The non-judgment, which is filtered by limited perceptions of separation, are blocking your ability to come into a higher level of consciousness and unity. So we come into more clarity, both in our intuition and in our physical navigation, by coming into as much neutrality, as much of the 0 point possible. The 0 point is the key to navigating all dimensional layers of your field in a harmonious, productive, and co-creative manner. Okay, so as we begin to work in these deep, profound states of co-creation, the human returns to becoming white light again. And as we know, many of our navigation crafts, interdimensional crafts, orbs, are the manifestation of Merkaba light bodies, which we have the ability of becoming. This physical body through the cultivation of our genetic data, through the mindful interaction and navigation of your everyday life, begins to activate the vortex of your body that is created by this incredible Merkaba light body. And this becomes your vessel of navigation. The embodiment of that 0 point activates the movement of your spin of the vortex of the upper and lower bodies. And these upper and lower bodies allow you to navigate these higher faculty dimensions. Just really briefly, I'm going to show you what that looks like. The shape of your body energetically depends on your state of emotional awareness. So if your energy is being depleted by unconscious emotions, you are creating tears and imbalances in your body. Ultimately, the physical body holds a lower density frequency emotions that don't allow you to access 0 point, don't allow you to access higher frequencies and dimensions. So as we begin to clear out the debris within the field, this vortex of your physical body begins to spin faster and faster. The design of this universe is in a spiral motion. We are evolving through this spiral motion through higher octaves, and we also hold the spiral design within our construct of our physical body down to the cellular level into our DNA and out into the toroidal field of the body, which then links into several layers of a DNA chain that we also participate in. In fact, our bodies are more of a DNA fractal movement than they are just a physical body. The way that we create and move energy through the body defines how we navigate this realm, defines dream state, defines astral projection, defines how we are accessing information. And the more that we come into the 0 point, the faster we are moving, the more we enter into a harmonic state of coherence with this entire multidimensional reality. So it is really important to understand that clearing the blockages of these navigations, integrating the lower, middle, upper dantian, cultivating our energies in the creation and physical matrix. So whether we feel safe in the body, our sexual energy, and our emotions, when we integrate those to create the Qing, or the lower principal primordial creative energy, we then can utilize that into moving the upper faculty, which is our intuitive body, creating that life force of co-creation. And the physical body is, I teach a pretty intense course on how the energy moves through the body and how to move this body. You can check out my YouTube channel at geraldineorozco.com to learn more about that. I go really in depth into this information, but essentially we are learning how to cultivate this energy in the body, creating this Merkaba light body. Okay, so I know there's so much more that we can talk about, but this ends and concludes my presentation for today. My invitation for you and my most loving and, uh, you know, invitation for you is that you learn how to love yourself, to nurture yourself, to connect deeply with this self in order to begin to understand these instructions of how this beautiful vessel functions. We are not foreign and we don't not understand this physical body. Everything you need to know is encoded in your physical body. And as you sit in meditation and connect with every cell of this body, it will instruct you on how to activate the intelligence of this body. This body is a beautiful, intelligent, self-organized organism of very incredible co-creative potential. And it is infinite creative potential, which means that you can become anything that you want to become. You can co-create your reality any way that you want it to be, depending on your belief systems, which are the psychological input, electrical charges into this output of holographic co-creation. So please do take some time. And if you want to learn more about this and how to do it and all the intricacies and formulas and practices, you can check out my website at geraldineorozco.com. You can also sign up to get a hypnotherapy with me to learn how to navigate and uncover who you are in this and other dimensional planes to allow you to access your purpose quicker in this lifetime. And primarily in DNA reprogramming, which is a very intense session of deprogramming root core limiting beliefs to allow you to activate higher faculties of your body. So you can schedule those sessions with me at geraldineorozco.com. And if you are an experiencer in the hybridization program or in hybridization or just any kind of ET contact, interdimensional contact, you can also join my support group at hybridmother.com, and it would be a great pleasure to connect with you. I want to thank the Galactic Alliance for having me and allowing me to participate in this beautiful event this weekend. And I hope that this information brings you an awakening and activation and allows you to implement these practices in your everyday life starting right now. So embody unconditional love, come into the 0 point, begin to move your vortex, embody higher vibrational frequency of unity consciousness. And I hope that you have an incredible day. All my love. Bye-bye.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Six, 5, we have feel ready to start. 2, 1, 0, booster ignition, and lift off.